all my money going? Look, it doesn't have to be that way this summer for you. You can stay ahead and get in control of your money by budgeting with Every Dollar. I love Every Dollar. It's so simple and easy to use. It helps you create a custom budget and give every dollar a job. And listen, knowing exactly what's happening with your money gives you the freedom to spend guilt-free, which means you can actually enjoy the moments that you work so hard to create for your family. So do yourself and your summer a favor. Download Every Dollar for free in the App Store or Google Play today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. New this afternoon, the U.S. Forest Service is reporting a new brush fire in the Tonto National Forest. They're calling it the Oak Fire, and it's around 5 acres along the State Route 87 northeast of the valley. Crews are currently working to get that put out, but for right now, the State Route 87 is closed both ways near State Route 188 junction. We'll keep you updated on this. Israeli Defense Forces have identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israel tonight in apparent retaliation for Israel's attack on Iranian military and nuclear facilities and officials overnight. Sirens sounding over Israel, urging people to seek shelter. So far, at least 21 people have been injured, and firefighters are battling impacts in several areas. ABC News military analyst, fighter pilot, and retired Marine Corps Colonel Stephen Ganyard.
Let's wait and see if the Iranians do attack population centers within Israel, and there are civilian casualties, because the Israelis have made it clear that they are only going after military targets within Iran. If the Iranians come after civilian targets, that's where we have the real possibility to open this up from a regional war to a global conflict.
Israel's attack on Iran is the latest example of how quickly warfare is changing, using drones hidden within the country to take out surface-to-air missile sites. It's a strategy similar to one Ukraine recently used, smuggling drones inside of trucks to destroy Russian bombers. ASU President's Professor of Technology and Ethics, Brad Allenby, says the future of combat is already here.
The immediate story is the dramatic improvement in drone technology and what it means for everything in the battle space. But the trend behind that is AI as a determinant of geopolitical power.
And he says many combat drones are already autonomous, and the recent attacks show warfare is no longer confined to the battlefield. Allenby believes countries around the globe have a huge strategic challenge as they have to look at how to defend attacks that recent events have shown can happen far away from the front lines. Governor Katie Hobbs urging Arizonans to protest peacefully in a statement saying the right to protest does not extend to violence, property damage, or rioting. That says plans for National No Kings Day protests are being shared for tomorrow, including in Valley cities. Governor Hobbs is joined by the director of Arizona DPS, Jeffrey Glover, and AG Chris Mays, who shared similar statements today. KTAR, Eyes on the Economy.
Basically saying the environment is better in Arizona for us to grow our business and expand.
Another big, refreshing, delicious investment is coming for the Valley. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center to tell us who it is.
Coffee drive-through chain Dutch Bros is relocating their headquarters to Tempe, Arizona. President of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, Danny Seiden, says it's easy to grow your business here because we're big on deregulation and honor universal occupational licensing. Plus, he says it's great for the economy.
When you hear that, thousands of employees who make great wages are moving to Arizona, especially in these headquartered, roles, these are, services, financial, legal.
Seiden explains having these workers live and spend money in the Valley will bolster state revenue and help fund schools, roads, and public safety. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Let's get a check on traffic. Here's Ballin Overstolz live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky, we have a few incidents stacking up throughout the Valley. Of course, expected traffic for this time of day on the I-10 from downtown all the way out west to about the Loop 303. But some crashes as well. We have a crash In Peoria, Loop 303 northbound approaching Lone Mountain Parkway. That has caused a Loop 303 to be closed in that area northbound due to that crash. Another closure near the valley, State Route 87 northbound closed near Fountain Hills. It is open southbound, but there may be delays. That's due to a brush fire in the area. And one more crash to share, a crash in Phoenix, Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound to the I-10 eastbound interchange. We are also seeing delays there. This traffic report brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. For traffic, Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
And we're expecting a high today, once again, to be right around 108 degrees and then 81 overnight. Extreme heat warning for Father's Day weekend. Tomorrow, 110, 114 on Sunday, and 113 on Monday. Here it is. We knew it was coming, and it has arrived. Right now, though, in Phoenix, it's 102. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I think it's the best I've ever looked.
Really?
Yeah. I just pulled up the KTAR YouTube.
You do look good today.
And
I left my jacket in the office. I didn't grab that. And you're invisible.
I love it.
You are you seeing this, Pablo? He's the invisible man right now. This is good.
I don't know what it is. The camera is on. I don't even know what that's on.
It's. I can.
If you go to the, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The KTAR YouTube channel is where Joe is streaming live. You can watch Joe and then listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. Oh, okay. All right. Very good. I'm looking forward to that. That is great. Why did I even put on pants? Keeping an eye on what's happening in the Middle East right now. Look, war in the Middle East. So, breaking news. People in the Middle East don't like each other.
No, yeah. Israel and Iran going at it.
So, Israel did a preemptive strike on nuclear facilities in Iran yesterday. Iran then fought back, and they got a few missiles through the Iron Dome. And we saw some damage. They're saying 7 people injured in Tel Aviv. So we're going to keep an eye on this. I just saw on Fox News, the Israeli intelligence says that there's a primitive warhead facility in Iran. So they're worried that maybe Iran has access now to a nuclear weapon.
Would that surprise you?
Little bit, because up until now, our assumption had been that they were not ready to have any sort of a warhead that was nuclear. Mm-hmm. They weren't at that point. So it would surprise me a little bit because we were led to believe by other sources that it wasn't there. And by sources, I mean the UN and inspections. And the UN has just recently said Iran is not complying, which that
we've kind of known that.
We've known that, right. But the idea that the noncompliance has gotten to the point where they were able to armor a missile, that does surprise me a little. I don't know how valid that intelligence is, but I also don't have any reason to doubt it. So anyway, the point is we're keeping an eye on. That's what's happening.
Got you.
Yesterday, it was funny. Joe and I were in rehearsal, and I have a long scheduled vacation that starts next week. And I said, Joe, while I'm gone, you have the potential for World War III to break out. Yeah. And also a civil war to break out. Because remember, we've got our big No Kings protests tomorrow during the military parade. So I wished him the best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
You just had to tap out.
Ditching.
When our whole world is just going to go to a total mess.
Yeah. So.
Just you being all selfish before Father's Day.
I know, and I thought about volunteering to say, listen, if it really hits the fan, you can call me. But I don't
didn't do that.
I don't think I have very good cell phone reception where I'm going. So I think you're out of luck.
I bet you have great video reception.
Hey, true story about radio guys being on vacation the wrong time. Do you know who was not on the air on September 11th?
I should know this. I probably would if you multiple choiced me.
I'll give you a multiple choice. A, Rush Limbaugh. B, Rush Limbaugh. C, Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rush was not on the air, and he was 2 hours from the nearest studio. This is before you could take portable equipment and be just about anywhere on the air anytime. And so he was a ways away from the nearest studio, and they grabbed one of the local guys out of Los Angeles to cover the network when everything was going down on 9/11. So, boy, you talk about bad timing. There's the guy that everybody was turning to for news, and he wasn't his fault. He just wasn't there. So, anyway, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, and I will see you after your sabbatical. You can be honest with everybody. There was a lot of chatter online and a little in the office as well. I'm guessing you're going to be doing some hard time for that iPad that you stole.
Some are saying that that this is a planned vacation. Some are saying that I am fleeing.
Oh, I see. I thought you were going to
brief recap.
If
you didn't follow the Instagram saga that was playing out, I had an iPad delivered to my place, and that iPad was not addressed to me. I didn't order an iPad. The address was mine. The name it was addressed to was not. My son worked really hard. He gets all the credit. He tried to contact the person whose name was on the shipping container or label. They didn't respond. He called them a couple of times. Then he called Office Depot on Saturday, and the customer service was like, you'll have to call back on Monday. I can't find it in the system. So he calls back on Monday. He's on hold for like 45 minutes. They go, you know what? I'll just send UPS to come pick it up. Oh. And so, okay, fine. Just get UPS to come pick it up. It's a $1,000 iPad. I mean, I could have just walked away with this thing.
So, but now correct me if I'm wrong. So there's more to that too. They show up and they said there's 2 packages. Yeah.
So UPS was supposed to be there on Wednesday. They didn't show on Wednesday. OnTrack shows up on Thursday and they say, we're here to pick up your packages. And my son says, here it is. And they go, where's the other one? There is no other one. There was only one.
So you were able to get away with an iPad.
No, I was not able to get away with an iPad. There's only one package, Joe.
And they reached out to you online.
And because I was complaining about it on my Instagram, and they said, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Please send us your contact information, your email, a good phone number where we can reach you. It's like, you already have this because we've been trying to get it. And then they said, and if you'd like further assistance, please include your packing slip and any sort of shipping details.
Why didn't you do that?
Oh, I didn't order the iPad.
You stole it.
You are killing me right now. So anyway, they're going to say that we didn't return the second package, and we're probably going to go to prison.
I assumed. Yeah.
Well, good luck covering World War III while I'm in prison, Joe. Good luck.
I've done worse things.
The thing that surprised me the most about the whole iPad saga is that the person who ordered it didn't return the phone calls.
Your calls or presumably reach out to the business when they didn't get their iPad.
You would think that if they hadn't received the iPad, they would have reached out and said, hey, where is this? And they would have said, well, we sent it to this address. And then when we called, they would have been able to put 2 and 2 together and go, boop, oh. Because if I order something that's $1,000, that's a lot of money to me.
Dude, I'm betting if you order something that's $100 or even $10, you want what you order.
I do want what I order, but if it's $1,000, I had to save for that, right? That's not something I have just an extra grand laying around out of every paycheck, and I'm not the only one either, too. Did you see the latest study that said that if you are hourly, you got 40% of hourly workers, more than 40% of hourly workers, they said that they regularly overdraft their bank accounts in the last month.
Yep, and a third are juggling multiple jobs just to survive. And then,
wow.
Yeah, you've got about 40% who say living paycheck to paycheck would be an upgrade from where they're currently at.
So what is it that they're doing that makes it so that they can't live? I got to be a little bit careful here because I think that the cost of living has risen.
Yes.
Much faster than wages.
Definitely. And that's not anything they're doing. That's being done to them.
Yes. However, if you're overdrafting, that's $38 that you're giving to the bank that you probably could hang on to, right?
Yeah.
What else are you spending your money on that you don't need to be spending your money on? I'm not saying it's their fault that they're not making, that money or that,
sure,
that
they
things
could
are
make
expensive.
some better decisions, but some things are out of their control.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. So how is it in Phoenix? This is what we care about. When it comes to entry-level jobs in Phoenix, study from MIT says that you're not making very much. If you are working 40 hours a week for 52 weeks, the area's hourly wage amounts to an annual salary of about $53,400. All right?
Okay.
That's somebody who's entry-level. So that's over minimum wage, but not by much.
Really? $53,000 is not that much over minimum wage?
I guess it's $26 an hour. So I
think that's quite a bit over minimum wage.
All right, what is minimum wage? $14.75 or something?
So it's almost double.
Yeah, okay. All right.
50 grand, I think it's not great, but it's decent.
It's not.
It's not decent?
No, not if you are somebody who's just out of college. And I say it's not decent because Phoenix is the third worst as far as entry-level jobs paying a living wage adjusted for cost of living. So, and I'll give you the example. You may make $49,000 in Montgomery, Alabama.
But it goes a lot further.
Goes further, right. So the only places worse than Phoenix, D.C., and Chesapeake, Virginia, both of those very high cost of living areas, which means that it's actually harder. If you're working an entry-level job, it's harder in Phoenix than it is in Los Angeles or even San Francisco.
Really?
That blew my mind.
Wow.
Because I would have expected those are always the places where you hear that people are house poor, rent poor, right? Mm-hmm. No. Phoenix is actually worse.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, and the stat that really just hits me right in the heart is that you've got half of hourly workers out there who feel their financial situation is so bad that it is beyond their control. They are just completely overwhelmed by it. They get depressed. They don't know what to do about it, working multiple jobs and still can't make ends meet. And that is overwhelming and
depressing.
Yeah, more than just depressing. It's
demoralizing.
Yeah, it's
that's close.
Well, no, it's really bad.
Playing Mad Libs with sadness there all of a sudden.
Thank you.
Kind of love that.
Yeah.
So what's the why? Why is the number of people barely getting by so high? Because it's more than just the cost of living. And it's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme heat warning through the weekend, which will pose extra danger for those who are heading outside. As the temps reach over 110 degrees, Phoenix Fire Captain DJ Lee tells Arizona's Morning News the early physical symptoms of heat illness.
Simple things like headaches, dizziness, nausea. Those are all signs it's almost too late. You probably should have turned around earlier, but those are definitely signs you're probably going to want to start calling 911.
To avoid heat exhaustion, Lee says hydrate before you do those outdoor activities. Don't push physical limits, and make sure there's another person with you if you go out on a hike. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 108 is our expected high today. Then you just heard it, 110 tomorrow, 114 by Sunday. Currently in Queen Creek, it is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
All right, before we get into this whole why are people living so close paycheck to paycheck and not even making the living wages, Iran state media is now saying that Iran has activated their air defenses over Tehran in order to intercept Israeli missile strikes. You saw the Iron Dome, if you've seen any of the footage. The Iron Dome didn't stop everything that Iran launched today, but it did stop quite a few of the missiles that were headed toward Tel Aviv. And now it looks like Iran is going to try to shoot the missiles down from that are coming from Israel. So that continues to play out. We are keeping an eye on it, and if things start to get rocky, then we'll obviously make a shift right away. In the meantime, here's what's affecting us a little bit closer to home. New study out from MIT showing that entry-level jobs in Phoenix are third worst in the country when it comes to matching the cost of living. Only Washington, D.C. and Chesapeake, Virginia are worse than us. We are in the bottom of the analyzed cities. Recent grads from Arizona's largest universities, many of whom stay in the Phoenix metro area, will face these entry-level numbers as they look to secure employment after they earn diplomas. Over 60% of Arizona State University and 57% of the University of Arizona graduates remain in Arizona, according to university data provided to the Phoenix Business Journal. Does it surprise you that 40% of people who go to school at ASU leave the state?
No.
No?
No. I think about all the people who I went to ASU with, and there is a sizable chunk who are not here
So are
anymore.
we educating other people's workforce? And are they educating our workforce?
Yeah, I would imagine that happens at a lot of schools out there, most schools, where you're not keeping much more than 50%. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Really?
Yeah.
You would think the number would be what? 3 and 4? 75%?
Yeah, probably 75%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have anything. I don't have any data in front of me on that. It just feels like your local school would be, educating people for the local workforce. Now, is that indicative of jobs available, and will that change once TSMC continues to expand?
I don't think so.
No?
If I went to ASU and went back to Michigan, that wouldn't have surprised you, right?
No. Well, I guess the only surprise is why you didn't take a state school in Michigan instead of
opportunity to grow, get out of the state.
No, I understand it, but it's also very expensive to pay out-of-state tuition.
It certainly was, but at the time, ASU out-of-state tuition was the same as what tuition would have been in-state in Michigan.
Okay.
So because it worked out the same that way.
Yeah.
And
I just
also
wonder if the people from Texas are going to school at ASU and then going back to Houston.
Or going to another state. We say all the time, it's about where the opportunities are.
I agree with that.
There's a lot of working from home, too. So in many cases, you can live anywhere you want and do your job.
So why not here?
Why aren't people going to school here and then staying here?
I mean, if they can work anywhere to do their job, why not here?
The hot weather, maybe. They don't love it. I don't know. I mean, I've stuck around.
Spent 4 years here to go to school in the hot weather.
And I'd still say a majority are sticking around. You said 60%.
Yeah, 60%. Yeah. So why is it that the number of people barely getting by is so high? And I got to tell you, I think it's more than just cost of living.
So we're taking that one off the board. That's the biggie, obviously. High living costs.
Well, I think the high living costs, I think real estate and rent right now. Average rent for a 2-bedroom, I think it was like $2,000 is what the story said.
Dude, it has ballooned in the last 20 years, too. It used to be cheap out here.
Yes.
And now it is the exact opposite.
Yeah.
So
average rent in Arizona, $2,088, according to Zillow's analysis.
Oh, man.
Of all bedrooms and property types in the state. So, okay, so that includes studios that might be going for $800 and also 4-bedroom apartments that are going for
I am with you. Let's take the high living costs. Let's take that off the table. We agree on that one.
We made mention earlier that wages haven't kept up.
I agree with you on that one, too. Yep.
So you've got high living costs, and you mentioned over the last 20 years, we've really seen the cost of housing go up. Wages have not kept up. But why? No. Why haven't the wages kept up?
Because they haven't needed to.
Well, okay, so how do we define need? Because based on what we're reading, yeah, they do need to come up because people can't afford to buy, or they can't afford their rent.
But employers haven't needed to pay people to keep bringing in the workforce that they need. That's what I would say.
Okay.
Have they needed to for you and me working a job?
Yeah.
100%. Have they for employers? No.
No. I agree with you. And as I was hammering out my thoughts today, I was thinking, boy, I sound a little like Dave Ramsey all of a sudden.
Yeah, explain that. Don't give me a Ramsey-ism.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to do that. Let me work through my stuff, and then you tell me how Ramsey-like I sound.
Okay.
All right? So why is it wages haven't kept up? And I got to say, part of it is because we have a work above all type society. And we accept lower wages because what we value in society is the hustle more than the reward. And we complain about Gen Z. Gen Z wants to get paid, but they don't want to work very hard. Okay, so Gen Z says you have to pay us more. You have to pay us what we're worth. Previous generations have said we have to work hard to show you that we're worth more. Right? It's just kind of a flip on the way that we think, and people say Gen Z doesn't want to work. They're lazy, the kids these days. But how many times have you talked to somebody, and maybe it's even you, that doesn't make as much as you think you should, and then you say, I work way harder than that guy. Why is he making so much more? And the reason, this is what you were saying, Joe, is because you keep showing up. So employers don't need to pay you more because you're accepting what they're paying you now.
Could be some other factors, too. Could be the field you work in. Could be a lot of different things. But if
somebody's going to show up for that pay.
Yeah.
And as long as somebody's showing up for that pay, it's not going up. Period.
Yeah.
And then I think skills and education training in Arizona lagging behind the rest of the country. And where we do have people who are excelling, they're leaving. 40% of ASU grads are leaving Arizona. Here's where I turn a little Dave Ramsey-like. We're talking about entry-level positions not paying the living wage. But entry-level is not your goal.
Mm-hmm.
Entry level should not be your goal. And oftentimes we complain that entry level doesn't pay enough. But back to the hustle culture. If you are settling for entry level, you're going to keep struggling because we reward the hustle, but we also reward those that work to better themselves, the people that stand out. Entry level is the floor. You should be aiming for your ceiling. That doesn't mean you aren't worth more than what they're paying you at that entry level. As I said, wages are not keeping up, but your fight should be to get better, not to change the world. Let the politicians take care of that. And don't become complacent. Because the longer you work for that paycheck, the longer it is that you're going to get stuck in that job complaining about how you're not getting paid enough for what you do.
I have thoughts.
All right. I'm curious about your thoughts.
Well,
I'm also curious about the mental health aspect of all of this, and we'll tackle that here in a moment.
We should also tackle this. School's out, and for many Arizona kids, that means they'll have fewer meals available to them. But together, we can make a difference. Join KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos in supporting St. Mary's Food Bank through their fundraising campaign in the month of June. Text FOOD to 620-620 to donate. $1 provides 5 meals. Text FOOD to 620-620 to donate and be outspoken against hunger.
Whether you are paycheck to paycheck or hauling in 6 figures, you got the same risk of stressing out when you're paying the bills. So whether you make $50,000 or $150,000, there's 2 things that you can do to keep your sanity. You might not like it, though. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, earlier this week, we were talking with Joe Flieger from Advanced Window Products, and he was saying Advanced Window Products have been around for 40 years. A little bit of the backstory on this, which I think is fascinating. Imagine growing up in a home where your dad owns his own company, and you watch dad work hard to build that into something really special. That means the long hours. That means the sacrifice. And then you get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. And that's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. The best value, best warranty, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, which was coming up on, like I said, they're in business for almost 40 years, the idea was to carry on his father's legacy, do business the right way, keep the prices low, keep the volume high, provide the best service on the best vinyl windows in the valley. A fleet of local installers. Advanced Window Products, they measure your windows, they create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of the other window companies out there, and they guarantee them for life. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. That's free replacement if something's wrong. That's what guaranteed should mean, right? Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 for the best windows you're going to find for the value in the valley with Advanced Window Products.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
A protest got out of control over a erroneous report of ICE conducting a raid in Peoria. Maricopa County Supervisor Steve Gallardo, you were out there in the middle of this protest. I don't get it. What in the world were you doing out there?
I was there for a good 10 minutes, but the people there, I can tell you right now, were there exercising their constitutional rights.
One was there to shove a cop.
Then shame on them.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
If there's one thing we know about dads, it's that they're not easy to shop for. Enter Kohl's. They've got everything from Nike golf gear to his favorite Levi's jeans. And you can save 20% on other finds like Flex Athleisure and Izod workwear. So if you're not sure what to get Dad for Father's Day, you know where to go. Shop Kohl's now. Select styles. Offer ends June 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Nike and Levi's. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos, Alfire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-329-3737. That's 800-329-3737.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here. And this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
At Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's vision care with adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye care, and ophthalmology services. Midwestern University Eye Institutes in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Cattell Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Israeli Defense Forces have identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israel tonight in apparent retaliation for Israel's attack on Iranian military and nuclear facilities and officials overnight. Israel's emergency services says at least 21 people have been injured. In a video message, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addresses the Iranian people, saying Israel's attack targeted the oppressive Iranian regime.
We've taken out top military commanders, senior nuclear scientists, the Islamic regime's most significant enrichment facility, and a large portion of its ballistic missile arsenal. More is on the way.
The conflict in the Middle East could cost you more to fill up your tank, according to Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy.
The situation in the Middle East likely to drive gas prices up again, at least for now, maybe by 10 to 20 cents a gallon over the next week or two. But as this situation is fluid, that could obviously shift significantly.
The price of oil climbed about 5% over the last day. Arizona's average gas price is still at $3.13 a gallon, according to AAA. The Pinal County Sheriff went viral after anti-ICE protesters showed up near Tucson where deputies were serving a drug warrant. Sheriff Ross Teeple tells the Mike Broomhead Show he shared those videos out of frustration, explaining the interference officers faced while working. He says protesters blocking a tow truck taking a vehicle to evidence didn't get posted.
A Pinal County fully marked tow truck shows up to tow the suspect's vehicle away for evidence, and they blocked the tow truck and attempted to keep it from leaving.
Teeple says he supports freedom of speech, but encourages people to run for office or vote rather than protest. A little reminder that State Route 87 northbound is closed near Fountain Hills this afternoon due to the currently burning 5-acre oak fire that's near the roadway. Crews are working on getting it put out. We'll keep you updated. The cause of that brush fire is under investigation. Checking on traffic right now, it's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We have one more closure in addition at this hour. The northbound lanes of Loop 303 are closed near Lone Mountain Parkway in the West Valley due to a crash. No estimated time for reopening there. At Mesa, we've got a disabled vehicle between Signal Butte and the 60 eastbound. In Phoenix, a crash at the Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound to eastbound 10 interchange. In Scottsdale, a crash at 96th Street in Thunderbird. In Phoenix, one at 7th and Roser. In Buckeye, a crash at Lower Buckeye Road and 183rd Avenue. And finally in Glendale, a crash at 67th Avenue and Peoria. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're expecting to hit 108 this afternoon, but it's going up from there. 81 for the overnight low, 110 tomorrow, and 114 on Sunday. Right now, checking the temp in Glendale, we are up to 104 already. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
We are keeping an eye on what's happening in the Middle East right now into the overnight hours there where Israel and Iran are exchanging lobs of missiles. But I think Israel said they had 7 people injured. Iran says they shot down 2 Israeli planes. The Iron Dome has done a pretty good job of stopping most of the missiles from Iran, although some did get to the ground in Tel Aviv. And now Iran says that they're launching their air defense around Tehran. So, again, keeping our eyes on what's happening there. If it continues to escalate, we'll pivot and discuss that. In the meantime, was interested in an article that I saw in the Business Journal that was talking about Phoenix entry-level jobs are not paying a living wage. They were like some of the worst in the country as far as entry-level position wages matching what it takes to get by. And I had some thoughts on that. And part of that had to do with it's entry-level. And, I want you to be able to get by, but also entry-level means you're going to have to make some other sacrifices. Entry-level means you're probably not going to be able to have your own 2-bedroom apartment, right? It's just you're not going to be able to afford that right now.
Yeah, that not entry-level.
That means roommate.
Yeah.
All right? Entry-level means, now we're not talking about minimum wage. And this is where I think, too, people are like, well, it's a training wage. No. I've heard for years people have said minimum wage is a training wage, and it shouldn't be a living wage. Well, now we're talking about entry-level full-time positions, 40 hours a week. At some point, you got to make enough money to survive when you're at work.
You were worried you were going to sound, not worried, but you thought you might sound like Dave Ramsey. Well, I don't think you did. You made one comment that I think sounds a little like Dave. You made the comment that Gen Z wants to get paid. They don't necessarily want to work hard. And that wasn't something that you believe, but you said a lot of people throw that out there.
Yeah, I think it depends, but I think generally Gen Z wants to it's kind of like this. Let me use a sports analogy because you love this, right? So oftentimes we'll see a rookie come into the NFL and a rookie signs a rookie deal, right? And a rookie deal is not outrageous money. They can keep rookie deals down a little bit lower. But that rookie has to bust their tail. And we've seen this play out time and time again where you have a young player who's getting paid, $2 million and they are turning in all-star or, all NFL Pro Bowl type
level
performances.
Work.
Right.
Yeah.
Which means they are not being paid what they're worth.
All right.
Right. They are not.
At some point, they'll likely hold out or the team will recognize
rookie deal, though. They sign that rookie deal for, say, $2 million. But then when it comes around again, then they sign their big deal contract.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So you got to work to show, hey, I'm worth the money that you need to pay me. But in the meantime, you are not being paid what you're worth. And I think younger generations say, I'm not going to put in 40 hours a week busting my tail so that you can underpay me.
Yeah.
And I understand that sentiment. And I think that's actually what's going to change the dynamic of wages not keeping up with the cost of living.
That's a great point.
But that's not the situation today.
No.
Right.
And it's very different when you're talking the NFL and the real world, too. You've got a whole lot more people.
Sure.
And in the NFL, the players have more power than the people in the real world.
So forget that analogy, though.
Yeah.
I think that collectively, when the Gen Z starts saying, got to pay me what I'm worth coming out of college, then they're going to say, okay, well, we have to. But for the longest time, it was always, you don't get out of college and then get that great job first thing out of college. You might not get that great job, but you always got out of college thinking I should be able to survive on my entry-level job coming out of college. But what is entry-level? And then the other thing I would say, too, is that while times are tough, especially in the Phoenix market, you got to consider your balance. Because to advance, you may have to relocate. You might have to relocate in the valley. You might have to relocate to another city as you climb that ladder. You might have to take a gig with a longer commute. You might have to adjust how much personal time you have. And all of these considerations do have value. And the only way you could advance right now, if the only way you could advance right now is to commute an hour each way and put in 50 hours a week, maybe you go, that's not worth the pay bump. You know, I'm not going to go make $4 more an hour, but spend the equivalent of $7 more an hour to try to do it. That just doesn't make sense. I've done this in my career. When I was single, I took risks and I moved multiple times. And I've taken jobs where it actually cost me money to go take that next job because I wanted to climb up the ranks. But I could only do that once I was no longer single after having long conversations with my wife and working out some real numbers and going, what's this going to look like? Mm-hmm. And part of the reason I think that we have problems with people not being able to get by, I don't think they're necessarily making, what does Dave Ramsey say, every dollar count.
Right? I'm with you.
Okay.
I think there's some real through lines between what you said and kind of what I see going on here. You mentioned in college, you look at that as leading to at least a decent entry-level job. I'm with you. That's how a lot of people look at it.
Not a minimum wage drive-through job, but a professional job.
But the problem is, too, oftentimes when you get done with college, what are you saddled with?
Debt.
Student loans, big time. And if it's not that, how many people are racking up credit card debt, car payment debt? Debt, I think, is crippling, which I think is a big piece of this,
and that's the money I'm talking about. They don't need to be spending. You're not making every dollar count when you do that.
Well, and that leads to bad habits. The American way has become some of this buy now, pay later.
Oh.
I can have it now and pay for it later. And, I don't have the money. Now I'm going to get dinged with that penalty.
It's never been easier to try to keep up with the Joneses.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think we've got a little bit of inflation going on. We certainly see
that's
that.
True. Yeah.
And the one that I told you really freaks me out is just how consumed with fear the American public is. I think we get consumed with fear, and I think we're willing to settle for less. You don't have a lot of people doing it the Chris Merrill way, where they're bouncing around the country and trying to move up and maybe taking a job for less money now for the potential down the road. I think people say, this is the best I can do, and I'm going to white knuckle it. I'm going to hold on to this, and they're willing to settle. And I think that can lead to a lot of this.
I'll tell you what, that fear is legit, though, because the Chris Merrill way has also seen this guy fired from some of the biggest radio companies in the country.
Yeah, but I think if you just hold on and you don't take chances, that can get depressing. At the same time, you could bounce all over and take all these risks and have it go bust, and then you're like, whoa, now my goose is really cooked.
That's when you get good at negotiating severance.
Mm-hmm. The other one, I think, is education, too. And I'm not talking college even. I'm talking high school, grade school. We do not teach budgeting. We do not teach financial well-being in our country.
I think
at a
Arizona
young age.
is trying to change that, though.
The whole country needs to teach it. I never got it growing up in school. I got a little bit of it. My parents would give me an allowance, and I understood, hey, if I blew that on sports cards, there wasn't going to be more.
Yeah.
But there is not a lot of budgeting going on in this country.
You know, it's funny when you mentioned budgeting, because I was looking at there's another study out that was done that talked about mental health versus finances.
Mm-hmm.
And come to find out, it doesn't matter how much money you make. If you are saving money and paying off your credit card debt every month, you are happier.
Yeah.
Those are the two simple things. If you regularly save money and you pay off your credit cards on time, these people are scoring significantly higher on mental health assessments. That is regardless of income level. So if you're making $50,000, but you're not carrying debt, you are much less stressed, which, let me tell you, as a guy who had a lot of debt, got fired from some great radio companies, and then he and his wife had to make some sacrifices. Once we got out of debt, the weight was amazing. I mean, I've heard people talk about it, but it wasn't until it actually happened that I went, wow, do I feel free? Wow, do I feel amazing right now that I don't have to look and go, do I have enough at the end of the month to take care of this and 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 this?
Well, and it leads to that age-old saying, mo money, mo problems.
Totally true.
Like, you don't need to have all this money, because a lot of people who do just have more problems.
Because you spend it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I keep trying to tell my son, he's like, if I had six figures, then I'd be happy. I go, bro.
Learn to make it work with what you've got.
You saved your money, you budgeted your bills, and you paid off your credit card. You're still in good shape. Now that you're stress-free, you ever feel like you want to share some of that happiness? You're about to hear about the kids that you can help and boost your mental health even further. That is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, if you are someone who's done well and you've bought your home, maybe you got it at the right time, prices were low, and you're into that home. Beautiful place, right? But you've outgrown it. Now the kids are a little bit older. They all have to have their own bedrooms. Or maybe the kids have moved out. Now you don't need all those bedrooms. It's time for you to find that dream home. Maybe your forever home, but you got to be able to act. You got to have the equity that's in your current home in order to go snag that new one. That's when you get into Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program. Let me tell you about Orchard. They give you cash so you can buy your home and then move into it first. That's on your timeline. There's no waiting. There's no showings. There's no double moves. And then the Orchard experts come in, and they're going to take care of the old place. A local Orchard agent will list it and sell it for top dollar, usually for more than what they gave you in cash to start with. And when that happens, bam, you get a second check. That's how it should be. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell the old one later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth. Get your free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
If there's one thing we know about dads, it's that they're not easy to shop for. Enter Kohl's. They've got everything from Nike golf gear to his favorite Levi's jeans. And you can save 20% on other finds like Flex Athleisure and Izod workwear. So if you're not sure what to get Dad for Father's Day, you know where to go. Shop Kohl's now. Select styles. Offer ends June 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Nike and Levi's. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-329-3737. That's 800-329-3737.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. LA's top cops are ready for this weekend's demonstrations over the ICE raids at American businesses, farms, and properties. Los Angeles Chief of Police Jim McDonnell stood alongside his counterparts from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and California Highway Patrol, all pledging law and order. Chief McDonnell says there should be no trouble if everyone follows the rules.
If you come to Los Angeles to exercise your rights peacefully, we are here to protect that. But if you come to our city with the intent to commit crimes, damage property, or harm others, including our officers, you will be arrested.
McDonnell added the number of arrests, which were in the hundreds earlier in the week, have dropped since L.A. Mayor Karen Bass instituted a curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., and that curfew remains in effect. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Heading for 108 today and as high as 114 by Father's Day Sunday. Right now in Fountain Hills, it's 101. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio, as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
On air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Also streaming live on YouTube. Watch and listen to the show. Catch exclusive interviews and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure you subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. We invited Bruce St. James into the studio.
I was voluntold.
From Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Well, listen, here's why you were voluntold.
Uh-huh.
I hear Gatos talking with Mike Broomhead this morning.
Yep.
And he's talking
every
about
morning.
He's talking about your food drive for St. Mary's Food Bank.
Outspoken against hunger.
And he's talking about what a great job he's doing.
In the singular.
Yeah, and he said, here, help me out during the Broomhead show. And so he got Mike to help him out, and I kind of felt like he was trying to hog all the credit. Now, we joke that he says he's the star of the show, but it started to feel a little ego-like for me.
But that's really surprising.
So this is why I wanted to volunteer you to get your butt in here.
Yes, sir.
Because I would like to put him in his place.
Ooh. Well, who doesn't want that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how I was feeling. So what's the deal? We text food?
Yeah, but, it's food to 620, 620.
Okay.
But there's a reason.
Okay.
And I think there's a lot of good reasons to do that. Over the summer months, we know that there are kids, it's about 1 in 5 in the Valley, who face some form of food insecurity. And it ratchets up in the summer months because they're not getting breakfast or lunch at school.
Oh, yeah.
And we know a lot of these kids are literally going hungry. And St. Mary's Food Bank, not just with the location that they have over here in Central Phoenix, but some of the satellite places they have, and the fact that they help other food banks in the community. We're trying to put an end to that. Okay, I think it's the least we can do, right, is we can make sure the kids aren't going hungry.
Yeah.
And all we ask is, and whatever amount it is that fits your budget, again, everybody's different, is you text the word food to 620, 620. We bounce you back a thing that just explains how you can immediately put stuff in and pick whatever your donation is.
I don't think people realize how great their impact can be, too.
Yeah.
I mean, $1 is 5 meals?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
That's incredible.
How St. Mary's can stretch the dollar. You know, listen, we're not here to besmirch other charities.
No.
But some of them have a lot of overhead.
Yeah.
That's not St. Mary's.
St. Mary's do a great job.
They value every dollar that comes in, and they turn it into 5 meals. Now, here's something even better. Don't make me do the math on this.
Okay.
on the air the other day, we held the president of Axon's head underwater, and we got him to match every donation up to $50,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was $1 for every 5. Now you get 10.
Look at
10 meals for every
Hold on.
dollar.
We add that, which is then we'd add that one in there, and then we add this one in there, and then basically, yeah.
And so your donations are doubled, and we have every intention of taking every last penny of Josh
Axon
Isner
money
from Axon's money. We want to get all $50,000 of it.
I love this.
Yeah.
You've really made your case well.
Okay.
But might I also point out that if you make a donation right now, then we can say that happened because Bruce said so.
Oh, and we can kind of stick it to Gatos?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, I appreciate that. Listen, whatever floats your boat, you know.
So,
if it benefits hungry families, hungry kids, and hungry seniors here in our community, I'm all for it.
And if we can starve his hungry ego. Right?
I wish you loads of luck with that.
That's what my plan is. All right.
So, again, we try to make it easy. You text the word food to 620-620. And by the way, I was told I should mention this because I get the text messages sometimes, and some people struggle with this, and that's perfectly okay. But, you know, right where you would normally text the name of somebody, that's where you just put 620-620. And then in the text message, you just put the word food. Because some people are like, well, how do I text food to 620-620? Well, that's how you do it.
You just get a little bounce back, and then it's all right there.
And you click the little linky poo, and off you go.
$1.
And we're doubling it.
If you do $1, that's basically 10 meals right now.
10 meals.
Yeah, because the efficiency of St. Mary's Food Bank and then Axon.
You're feeding a child for 10 days, or you're giving a child 3 meals a day for, again, that's math. And
so much math. Yeah. All right, don't do math. Just text food to 620-620, and then show everybody how much it means to hear Bruce say this.
Thank you.
All right, my man. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you in an hour. You can tell us what's coming up on your program as well. All right, very good. Handkerchiefs, ties, socks. If you're getting any of these things for your father, you are missing the mark. And if you're a dad and your kids give you any of these staples, tell them to do better. You're going to find out just how little people try to make dads feel valued next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Imagine walking into a beautiful new home, your new home. And when you walk in, it's already furnished. And when you walk in, it's got that smart thermostat on the wall. And when you walk in, it's already nice and cool. Boy, does that sound nice. That's what you get with Clayton Homes. They're changing the way homes are built. They make them affordable to buy, and they cost less to live in. Every Clayton-built home uses quality products from the world's most trusted brands, and it comes equipped with the Energy Smart features for year-round comfort and a lifetime of savings. And for a limited time, you can save even more on select Clayton Homes during the Clayton Homes Go Big and Go Home sales event. Imagine a new home with all those things I just talked about for under $150,000. Entirely possible. But don't wait. It is a limited time sales event. The sales price is for the home only. It does not include required taxes, delivery, and installation. Install price is going to be higher. Contact your local retailer for complete sales price information and for a list of eligible homes. Discount may not be available in all homes, may not be combined with any other offer or promotion. Visit the Clayton Homes or Oakwood Homes near you, just like I did. You'll be as impressed as I was. You can also browse their limited time deals at gobigandgohomesale.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezias.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
Home prices are still very high. Interest rates are wild. So be honest, you're probably staying put for a while. Why not make your home that you're in your dream home with new windows from Advanced Window Products? Hi, Chris Merrill. And in the heat of Arizona, nothing takes a bigger beating or affects your energy bills more than your windows. Replace those contractor-grade windows with brand-new, custom-made Cardinal glass windows straight from the factory and really make your home the envy of the block. And you might even qualify for some energy rebates. When you buy directly from the manufacturer, you save, plain and simple. Advanced Windows pairs incredibly low prices with a lifetime guarantee on all the labor, the parts, and the glass. And right now, you're going to save $2,500 when you order up 10 beautiful custom windows. Let's see the other guys beat that. Call them at 480-764-2002. That's 480-764-2002. Or do like I like to do and check them out online. Read the reviews. Visit advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Israeli Defense Forces saying the country has been hit by missiles from Iran in apparent retaliation for Israel's attack on Iranian nuclear facilities overnight.
Let's wait and see if the Iranians do attack population centers within Israel, and there are civilian casualties, because the Israelis have made it clear that they are only going after military targets within Iran. If the Iranians come after civilian targets, that's where we have the real possibility to open this up from a regional war to a global conflict.
That's ABC News military analyst, retired Marine Corps Colonel Stephen Ganyard. Israel's emergency services says at least 21 people have been injured. In a video message, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addresses the Iranian people, saying Israel's attack targeted the Iranian regime he says oppresses them.
And the time has come for you to unite around your flag and your historic legacy by standing up for your freedom from an evil and oppressive regime. It has never been weaker.
We're learning more about a crash that has closed the northbound lanes of Loop 303 near Joe Max Road. The Arizona Department of Public Safety tells us a wrong-way driver was traveling south on the northbound side of the road when the vehicle struck a pickup filled with passengers. No one in the pickup truck was seriously hurt. The wrong-way driver suffered what are described as serious head injuries. That crash remains under investigation. A young Florida girl is scheduled for more surgery today after she was bitten by a shark in shallow waters this week. The shark said to be about 8 feet long. ABC's Morgan Underwood explains what happened after the shark attack.
New body camera footage showing the moment officers arrived on the scene to treat 9-year-old Leah Lindell after she was bitten by a shark while snorkeling in the waters off of Boca Grande, Florida on Wednesday. The officer heard telling Leah how brave she is as they prepared to airlift her to Tampa for treatment.
You're being very brave.
Leah's family says she was snorkeling just 4 feet away from her mom and younger siblings in shallow water when she came up screaming.
You see her hand hanging?
Okay.
Like a piece and just blood everywhere.
Okay.
Leah's right hand badly bitten.
Leah's mom says doctors so far have saved her daughter's hand with blood flowing to her entire hand and to all of her fingers. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Dutch Bros relocating its headquarters from Oregon to Arizona. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the details.
The $1.2 billion company signed a 136,000 square foot lease in Tempe. President of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, Danny Seiden, tells KTAR the Valley is a great place to grow your business.
What Arizona offers, as opposed to some other states, is it is a broad-based, low regulatory state where, if you want to come here and you want to grow, you want to hire people, we take a lot of barriers down.
Seiden adds Arizona is in the top 5 states for corporate headquarter relocation. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And it's time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 13th, and back on this day in 1966, the Miranda rights were established. In a U.S. Supreme Court hands-down decision in Miranda versus Arizona, the principle that all criminal suspects must be advised of their rights before interrogation, which is now a standard police procedure. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Has been heard so many times in television and film dramas that it has become almost cliche. The roots of the Miranda decision go back to 1963, when an 18-year-old Phoenix woman told police that she had been abducted. It was the case of a mistaken identity, and Ernesto Miranda had his conviction of abduction overturned. While Miranda was in Arizona State Prison, the American Civil Liberties Union took his appeal, claiming that the confession was false and forced. As a result of the case against Miranda, each and every person must now be informed of his or her rights when in custody and about to be interrogated. And it all started back on this day when the Miranda rights were established in 1966.
Let's check on the traffic now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. As you mentioned earlier, there's some trouble in the northbound lanes of Loop 303 due to that earlier accident. There's a closure there by Lone Mountain Parkway. DPS is taking traffic off at Joe Max Road. Also going on in the East Valley, I'm looking at the 60 eastbound. It slows down right after Higley approaching the 202. That's due to an earlier car fire there. Also in the East Valley, State Route 87 northbound closed at Bush Highway due to a brush fire. In Phoenix, you got some accidents on the surface streets like 24th Street and McDowell, and then another one in Glendale at 75th Ave and Union Hills. Traffic brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Enhance and brighten your home with a programmable outdoor lighting. Biggest savings of the year this month only. Go to aztrimlight.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
81 overnight, 110 tomorrow, and 114 on Sunday. Ow. Right now it's 104 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Just a couple days away from Father's Day now. And I'll be completely honest with you. I do not like gifting.
Well, this is good because you're going to get the gifts. You don't have to give anything because you're a dad.
Right, but I have a dad.
Oh, you do have do have to do some.
Right.
But come on.
I don't like gifting.
You don't like giving your dad stuff?
Gift giving is not my love language.
Really?
It is not. Huh. I'm an acts of kindness kind of guy.
You've given Pablo and I tremendous gifts.
I'm not a do something subtle and unexpected acts of kindness guy. I'm more like a you need me to mow the yard?
You know what, Chris?
Yeah.
The voice of Merrill is your gift to the Valley.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I also learned. Dads are chronically underappreciated.
Yeah, Dad kind of gets the short end of the stick when it comes to Father's Day versus Mother's Day.
So Mother's Day, you know how much we spent this year on Mother's Day?
Bigly.
$34 billion. That broke down to almost $260 per person buying crap for mom. So
not enough.
If mom had 4 kids, she's got more than $1,000 of a haul.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you that's the way it works for my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Her and her brother and sister, they always get together and get a nice big gift for mom.
Oh, okay.
You know, here's your fancy whatever it is. Whatever it is.
Okay.
Does my brother ever call and say, do you want to get something from mom? No. So I got to take care of it all.
Really?
Yeah. And did he call and say, do you want to do something for Dad?
Of course not.
No. So I got to take care of this. So I have no idea what I'm doing for Dad.
Now, conversely, if you're taking care of it, you also get full credit.
Oh, it doesn't. He's going to go, I love you evenly. Okay,
Really?
well, I'm the one that tried.
You gave the gift and you get the same credit?
At some point, you
Now I understand why you're so bitter and jaded.
At some point, you'd think he'd change the will.
Yeah.
And say, okay, this is the son that took care of me and remembered Father's Day and you know, helped me mow the lawn.
There's the other one who I wrote out.
But no, it's split evenly. And yet, for some reason, I try, probably because my wife says I have to. For fathers, remember mom's was $34 billion?
Yeah.
Dad's, $24 billion.
We're spending $10 billion more on the ladies than the dudes?
Yeah. So, does that mean that we appreciate moms more?
Yes.
Or does that mean that moms demand more from their gifts?
Yes, both.
And I want to change that. So, the average person spends about $200 on Dad.
Okay.
For Father's Day.
That feels like a lot, and I felt like a total loser. Pablo asked me before the show, you guys, were talking about what you're going to do for your dad.
Yeah.
And Pablo asked me, and thank goodness you weren't around because you would have had a field day with this. I told Pablo, he's like, what are you doing for your dad? He's like, I sent him a card.
Oh, my gosh.
And see, Pablo didn't clown on me. I'll give him a call on Father's Day. I sent my mom a card. I sent my dad a card. I do very nice things for their birthday.
All right.
But Mother's Day and Father's Day, just not really my thing.
You're an equal opportunity horrible son.
Yeah, and good news, they don't have any other kids who they can put in the will over
comparison.
me.
Okay, so they're screwed anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
He says Father's Day is not my thing, but ask him what he's going to do on Father's Day.
Oh, I know exactly what he's going to do.
Right.
He's going to go steal meals from places, give away
to fathers.
Yeah.
Well, I'll put my cat daddy shirt on.
It's not. It's stolen valor. The number this year for Father's Day spending is actually up from 2023.
What are we up to?
We're up to $24 billion.
Notice I said we.
No, you're not. Last year, $22.4 billion, and the record was 2023, $22.9 billion. I don't know why it dropped last year, but it did. Now they expect that we're going to spend $1 billion more this year on dads than we have ever in the past.
That's why it went up. Tariffs.
Tariffs?
No, probably not. I don't know why.
So it's $199 per dad, basically.
No, I don't know.
Hey, that might be, actually, you might be onto something. Pablo and I were just looking at gifts. For Christmas, I got my dad a nice toolbox. And the price on
Does
that
he know
toolbox.
that? It's nice. I saw it.
I think the price on that toolbox has gone up more than 10% since I bought it at Christmas. Because I was looking at, another accessory for it maybe for Father's Day. I think it's gone up like 10%. So there may be some things where you talk about clothing for dads, you talk about ties, or you talk about, how do we know that we're in a recession? We don't buy new underwear, so maybe we buy Dad some new underwear.
Dad don't want that.
Those prices have gone up, right? And tools prices have gone up. So maybe tariffs. Pablo, you might not be off on this. That may contribute to some of the reason that we're spending more money. It is odd to me though that we spend so much more on mom than we do on dad. And I think that as fathers, we need to come together and let our kids know that's unacceptable.
So you'll be shaming your children.
Yes.
But you won't be here Monday, so I need like a addendum from you that I can read on the air of who came through and who you're writing out of your will.
Okay.
By Monday.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Do you
what's
have
my threshold?
Early thoughts on who's
favorites?
Who's going to come through for you and who's going to underwhelm you?
Okay,
I mean, we could really set some good
here's the thing.
odds on this.
So my wife and my daughter are in Michigan. That's where I'm going to go vacation.
Yeah.
My 2 boys are in Phoenix. One lives on his own, one lives with me.
Yeah.
The boys in Phoenix, they will just call or just send me a text.
Okay.
My
Not
daughter,
even a call, a text?
My daughter, I actually have to go pick up from the airport on Father's Day. So
That's
I got to do
nice.
her a favor.
Ooh.
Will she have brought me a souvenir from her little trip? No.
So you will verbally get a happy Father's Day from her?
Probably.
Probably.
They all of them will miss my expectations. Every single one of them will not live up to expectation. They're going to be like you.
Like me, Steel Valor?
I called you. That's good enough.
No, I sent a card too.
It's possible I'm going to say odds-on favorite is going to be my daughter because I'll be there in person.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boys might get written out of the will this year.
Tease ahead to our headline volley as well. I be thinking now because I have a question for you on Father's Day in terms of what what your ideal gift would be. So put your thinking cap on.
Okay. Ooh, for me or to give away?
Give to you, because I know you've said gift giving is not your love language. So I'm going to help your kids out. I'm going to make it real easy for them. And you're going to tell them what you want, and we're going to see if we can will it into existence.
The only thing I hate more than shopping for somebody else is telling other people what to shop for me. All right, I'll think about it. Okay. I'll think about it. Hey, one thing, though, that I do love the father-son relationships, and I am a sucker for things like sports movies where you've got...
You watch a lot of movies.
I do watch a lot of movies. And I'm a sucker for those things where it's like, Dad! I'm like, he loves his dad.
Oh, Field of Dreams. Let's just go have a catch.
That's it. Dad coming through for the son. I'm a sucker for that.
Oh, I thought you meant like Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby's dad when he left him. If you ain't first, you ain't last.
That's pretty funny. I do like that. Axios put out some of the best Father's Day sci-fis.
What?
Yeah. They talked about Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, boy.
Because...
Yeah, a great Father's Day movie, Star Wars.
No, it's Star Wars Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, Jesus and God.
What?
Jesus and God. Jesus didn't have a dad.
Wow.
Did he?
Wow. He had two.
He did, huh?
Yeah. He's actually the only guy that didn't get two Christmases from his dad because we hadn't come up with Christmas yet because it was him.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because he had dad and then he had his stepdad, Joseph, right?
Star Wars, what else you got?
Hold on. Interstellar.
Never seen that.
I don't think I saw that.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
You watch a lot of movies. I don't.
I watch a lot of movies.
Yeah.
Interstellar is pretty good. And then, what was the other? Oh, Contact is another one.
The Jodie Foster?
Yeah. That's the power of the father-daughter bond.
Huh.
Interstellar was good because Matthew McConaughey left his daughter when she was a little girl to go save the planet. And then... because of time travel stuff, she ends up growing up and he comes back while she's on her deathbed. It was sad. It was a tearjerker. It was really good.
That's a great movie to watch with your dad on Father's Day.
He should have just went in the plane reverse, came back, and she would have been a girl again.
Right? Why didn't she just drive backwards? Right?
Couldn't we just do some 1.21 gigawatts stuff? Make
Absolutely.
that happen?
That's what you should have done.
Yeah.
As far as sci-fi titles about mom, because I know you want to know about mom. Arrival, they say. And then... the other one that I think is really great, and I'm so glad Axios put this out because, I love their work. They say the other great one about moms for sci-fi is. Hang on, I think I have the theme here. I'm trying to add to this. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. It's Terminator.
Oh, I was gonna say Cycle. Michael Bateman and his mom.
Yeah. Michael Bates. Yeah, no.
No, this one's good too, though. John Connor.
Yeah.
And Sarah.
Sarah Connor. Yeah.
Oh,
come with me if you want to live.
This is a good one.
That's a good Mother's Day.
Yeah. I viene la tormenta. What do you say? There's a storm coming.
All right, the kids these days, we love to complain about them. You're about to hear about one young man who might make you change your tune about the kids these days. Why you are about to find out that the future is in very good hands and solid footing. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Governor Katie Hobbs is urging Arizonans to protest peacefully in a statement saying the right to protest does not extend to violence, property damage, or rioting. That's as plans for National No Kings Day protest are being shared for tomorrow, including in many Valley cities. Governor Hobbs is joined by Director of Arizona DPS Jeffrey Glover and AG Chris Mays, who shared similar statements today. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at those Friday roads. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a few crashes on the surface streets right now in Phoenix. There's one at 7th Avenue in Camelback, another at 7th Avenue in Watkins, that one just south of the 17. In Tempe, there's a crash at Mill Avenue and Southern, and a couple major freeway closures as you head into your afternoon commute. On the West Valley, the northbound lanes of Loop 303 are closed near Lone Mountain Parkway. They're going to stay closed for at least the next 3 hours. Traffic is exiting at Joe Max, and in the East Valley, you've got State Route 87 northbound closed at the Bush Highway due to a brush fire there. Traffic brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official Team Eye Doc for the Suns and the D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
108 degrees is where we're headed this afternoon, but then on up from there. Tomorrow, 110 and 114 on Sunday. Currently in Peoria, it's 105. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's Gatos, and are you like me? Super excited for Trump's military parade. They're going to have marching soldiers, rows of tanks. Ooh, there's parachute jumps and flyovers. We'll talk about it. 4 o'clock, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Joe, there's a young man sitting in front of me who looks like he's one of the kids these days.
He does. He's going to go way further than you and I, though.
Yeah. Tell me about Loic.
Why don't we have Loic tell us a little bit about Loic? I'll just tell you, Chris. Loic sent me an email a couple weeks ago, and he threw a term at me I'd never heard of. He said he was a rising 8th grader, which I mentioned to you the other day.
What does that mean? What is a rising 8th grader?
I'm going into my 8th grade year.
See, I thought that meant like you were an overachiever, Loic. I was like, geez, we've got a real brainiac on our hands.
I thought that was good branding. Like you're like, I'm an up-and-comer.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought it meant.
Yeah, he said he was a rising 8th grader and that he is a student ambassador for a nonprofit called Good Souls. And Good Souls donates new tennis shoes and sneakers for kids. And most of them are in foster care.
Yes.
How'd you end up with this group?
So my mom's, my family friend, she runs this organization. And I thought that, well, I always have these shoes. And to me, they're just shoes. But to these kids, they really need these shoes. And they don't have, they're not as fortunate as to just get shoes. Because they don't have parents who can get them shoes. And they don't have money to buy shoes.
So this is a whole lot different, though, than you giving away some of your old shoes. I mean, you're actually trying to get shoes from other people.
Well, no. Well, if I get, I am trying to get shoes from other people, but they have to be brand new shoes. They can't be like your old shoes. They have to be brand new shoes that you would have to go buy, or you can just donate money to us.
Okay, so how do we do that then? What's the easiest way to get involved with that?
If you want to donate money, you could go to goodsoulsaz.com, and you can read more about the organization, and you can also you can donate there, and it'll bring you to Zelle, and you can put KTAR so I can see how much people from here donate.
Cool.
So, Loic, am I right that last summer, Good Souls AZ collected over 1,000 pairs of shoes? Is that right?
True.
I'm seeing right here, 1,254 pairs of shoes. And their big audacious goal this year is 5,000 pairs of shoes to meet the needs of Arizona kids.
Yes.
So if kids don't come up with those shoes, they're just wearing old shoes with holes in them and just wearing hand-me-downs, things like that. And at $25 is a new pair of shoes?
Yes, that's a new pair of shoes.
I mean, how awesome is that if you donate $25 right now, Good Souls AZ, that's a new pair of shoes for a kid out there. I mean, how good would you feel about yourself if you did that? Why did you choose to get involved with Good Souls?
I chose to get involved because I realized how fortunate I am to have these pairs of shoes and how fortunate I am to have people who can buy me shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And these kids don't have that. And I think that they deserve to have nice things.
How many are we talking about here, Loic? When we talk about shoes, is it a couple hundred? How many pairs of shoes are we trying to come up with?
I'm trying to, me personally, over this month, I'm trying to raise 200 pairs of shoes.
Okay. Do we know, is there like a goal? Because there's a lot more than 200 kids that need shoes in Arizona, right?
So there's a bunch of kids like me who are out there raising shoes. So my goal is just 200, but the main goal is 5,000, like you guys said.
Okay.
And,
All right.
How many do you have already?
I've raised about 75 pairs of shoes already.
Wow.
Okay.
Yes.
Outstanding.
So we got a couple weeks to go, and we got to come up with another 100 or so pairs of shoes
to hit your goal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So goodsoulsaz.com, and you can explain what people do from there to donate.
So you can, if you want to look more, you can just explore the website, look at what we do. We can also donate throughout.
I'm checking it out right now. They've got their story, their impact, all kinds of stuff up on Good Souls.
Yes. And then if you wouldn't be so generous to donate, you can go to the donation spot, and that'll probably take you, I'm pretty sure it takes you to Zelle, and there you can donate, and it says KTA, and you can, where you can put in an amount of money. You can put in as much money as you want, but and then you can also write KTAR at the bottom.
A little memo on there, right?
Yeah.
All right. And again, Lois tells us $25 is enough to buy a brand new pair of shoes for somebody to start the next school year with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty outstanding. That is dynamite.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, Joe.
Yeah.
You keep telling me about the kids these days.
I
and how
do.
they don't want to work. You keep telling me about the
most
kids
of them.
these days.
There are phenomenal ones like Loic.
Would you agree with that? Would you say that most of the kids these days are lazy and they're just freeloaders? Would you say? You would?
Yeah. Especially my friends.
Oh, your friends are all freeloaders?
My friends, yeah.
You want to call any of them out by name?
Sebastian and Parker.
Total freeloaders.
Total freeloaders.
Absolutely. That's very good. Okay. All right.
Hold on, I'm writing this down. The list
Slacker,
of freeloaders.
Sebastian.
And Pathetic Parker.
That's very good. I was trying to come up with the alliteration. All right. Pathetic Parker.
Okay.
All right. Bet their parents are going to be happy you said that. GoodSoulsAZ.com. GoodSoulsAZ.com. And like you just heard Loic say, $25 is enough to buy a new pair of shoes.
Yes.
And if you put in the memo line there, KTAR, then we'll be able to know that it came from your hard work here.
Yes.
And from you taking the initiative to reach out to Joe. You know, most people don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they certainly don't call me Mr. Heisinger.
Nobody does.
Nope.
So,
and I was going to buy Chris a Father's Day gift this year.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to donate that money to the shoes.
I would actually, to be totally honest with you, I would love that more than anything you could give me. I mean that. Yeah. That's what my kids should do. They should make a donation in my name. I'd be much happier.
There you go.
I might not cut them out of the will. All right. Loic, thank you so much.
Yes.
You're a very good young man. We're very glad to see you, even though you have very little respect for the people of your generation.
Oh, yes.
All right. One of the most popular retailers that you visit is offering a very public hack to make your shopping easier. Trouble is, if everybody knows the hack, is it really a hack? You're going to find out how much this is going to cost you and what it's worth. That's in our headline volley next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Chris, it's your opportunity to once again shame me. The other day, I asked you to give me a number, 1 to 10.
17.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And then I went out and did
17.
I did 19 miles.
I'm so impressed by you.
I shamed you. So now for this weekend, Chris, we're going to go a number between. Now focus here.
Okay, all right.
1 to 40, Chris. 1 to 40. We're going to go.
Loic, what should we do?
40.
40.
40.
Yeah, that wasn't me. That was
so
Loic.
I will be doing 40 miles this weekend.
He's the overachiever. He's challenging you.
Thank you, Loic. All right. So Good Feet and me and my Good Feet are going to be out there hitting the pavement this week. 40 miles this weekend. My feet, they couldn't feel better. I had plantar fasciitis in the past. Oh, it was awful. The stinging, nagging pain in the back of my heels. It was awful. But for you right now, you could book your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com or walk into any of the 5 convenient Valley stores. They've got them in Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, Goodyear, Gilbert, Glendale. If you've got any foot, ankle, leg, back pain, any of that going on, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer. I don't have to tell you how hot it is right now. I'm seeing 113 potentially on Sunday. Woo! It's also the best time to take care of your body, though, and make sure you're doing everything you can to feel your best. It doesn't matter if you just want to feel better when you're on your feet at work or if you're going to put in 40 miles like I am this weekend. Get to goodfeet.com. Book your free personalized arch support fitting. Summer vacations are upon us. I want you to feel your best when you're on your feet. Enjoy summer to the fullest. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet. Good life.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
This is surreal for me. Someone from my youth. I'm talking with the one and only Young MC.
Download Amazing Arizonans before you hit the road this summer.
Former Maricopa County Supervisor Clint Hickman. Arizona Sports Authority Jody Jackson.
Download Amazing Arizonans for your summer road trips wherever you get your podcasts, or check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now, because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town, with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat, because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Israel and Iran exchanging missiles after Israel carried out an attack on Iran's nuclear and military structure. Iran claims 78 people have been killed. Israel says at least 41 have been hurt across the country. ABC White House correspondent Selena Wang has more on the U.S. movement.
We haven't heard from the president for several hours, but a White House official confirms that the president has indeed spoken with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but is declining to provide any further details about that call or how long it lasted. We also know that the president today convened his National Security Council in the Situation Room.
The war in Ukraine and now the war between Israel and Iran show how technology like drones are shaping the future of combat. ASU President's Professor of Technology and Ethics, Brad Allenby, believes warfare will be determined by technological superiority, and countries now have to reimagine national security as attacks can happen far away from the battlefield. Arizona top leaders warning anyone who plans to protest tomorrow to do so peacefully. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, today Governor Katie Hobbs urging Arizonans to protest peacefully in a statement saying the right does not extend to violence, property damage, or rioting. And she says local law enforcement is prepared to respond as needed. Tomorrow there's plans for a national No Kings Day protest, including in Valley cities from Surprise to Chandler. It's unclear how large these gatherings may be, but KTAR will be following along to keep you informed. In warning protesters to stay peaceful, Governor Hobbs is joined by Director of Arizona DPS Jeffrey Glover and AG Chris Mays, who shared similar statements. Mays emphasizing those who break the law or incite violence will be, quote, held accountable. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
If you're planning a hike over the next few days, Phoenix Fire advises planning ahead to avoid heat-related illnesses if you go outdoors at all.
An extreme heat warning has been issued through the weekend with temperatures reaching over 110 degrees. Phoenix Fire Captain DJ Lee tells Arizona Morning News what the warning signs of heat exhaustion are.
The simple signs, your body's going to sweat first, right? That's your body's mechanism of a way of cooling itself down is to start sweating. When you run out of water and your body stops sweating, those are late signs.
Lee advises hydrating the night before, hiking with another person, or taking easier trails. If you do stop sweating or run out of water, call 911 or seek help immediately. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
Let's get a check on the roads now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We have a new wreck at 152nd Avenue and Camelback and Goodyear. And Chandler, one at Elliott and Arizona Avenue. In Phoenix, we got a couple crashes, one at 35th Avenue in Bell and another at 7th Avenue in Camelback. And in case you missed it, in the West Valley, the northbound lanes of Loop 303 are closed near Lone Mountain Parkway. Traffic is exiting at Joe Max due to an earlier accident there. That's going to remain closed probably for the duration of the afternoon commute, at least for the next few hours. And in the East Valley, State Route 87 northbound is closed at the Bush Highway due to a brush fire there. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After we drop off to a low of 81 overnight tomorrow, we're going to head up to 110 and 114 on Sunday. In Avondale, right now it's 105. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Friday, and local police departments are going out of their way to tell residents we aren't involved in ICE raids. Can the police distance themselves enough? And should they? We'll talk about it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanks to outstanding young Loic, a rising 8th grader at All Saints, for popping in here and telling us about the Good Souls.
Good Souls AZ.
Putting shoes on the feet of the kids as they get to school. $25 buys a pair of shoes. You can go to goodsoulsaz.com, goodsoulsaz.com. You can use Zelle. And then Joe had trouble with it because he's an old man.
I went to Venmo. They got Venmo, PayPal.
All right.
I tried Zelle.
I did Zelle.
I have Zelle on my bank. It didn't.
That's what you do.
It didn't like the scan.
You open your bank account, your bank app, and then you scan the Zelle thing. It's not that hard. Why is it so difficult?
I was overwhelmed. I went to Venmo and did the scan. It worked. Don't laugh at me, Pablo.
Old men these days.
I donated. That's what matters.
I matched your donation.
I appreciate that. I'm sure Loic does as well.
All right. Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news, and a check on traffic with HOV Lane Larson.
No.
We touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe Costco
Love it.
You know how I feel about Costco.
You love what they have. You loathe the people who are there.
They're going to open their warehouses at 9 a.m. for executive members beginning June 30th, helping to improve the shopping experience amid growing membership numbers. Early access, my man. Smaller crowds. Sign me up. Joe, you don't seem to mind the crowded Costco.
Not at all.
Still, would you pay the extra to up your membership and get the early access?
I don't know what kind of membership I have there. I'm going to check that right
You're
now.
such an elitist. You don't even know if you have the normal, the gold membership, or the executive membership.
No, my buddy and I, we share it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's cheating the system
No, it's
again.
not. We both pay for it. We split it. And it doesn't say you have to take your wife. It just says your significant other. So
It's the same guy who's going to go get a free meal on Father's
I don't know.
Day.
I think this means I'm government approved. I have a gold star. What does that mean? I'm a gold star member.
Okay, you would have to pay for the upgrade.
Oh!
Unbelievable. Would you pay for the upgrade for the early?
No, I would not.
No, because you'd probably have to convince your buddy to pay his half
No,
upgrade,
why
too.
do I need to get in early? You think I'm up before 9 a.m.? No. No chance.
That's like a dream to me, to get in there an hour early before other. But the problem that I think is so many people have the executive membership that it's going to be just as crowded at the same time.
Yeah.
So effectively, they're just extending
And
their
you're going to
hours.
have more elitist Costcoers in there, too. And you're going to be like, all these people are snooty. I can't stand them.
Yeah, those are my people.
No, see, I want like the 3 a.m. Costco access. You get in there, everybody's like, oh, hey, man, I need some Taco Bell and
Costco for
some
stoners?
Costco weenies.
All right.
Yeah.
Pablo, do you have a membership? You just piggyback off of his.
I'll get you in,
I don't
Pablo.
piggyback off of.
I'm
going to
gold
get
star.
I've actually, this is my first, I've had my first trip to one of those big stores like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, I know, I got, whatever.
Look at you.
As long as they serve the food at that time, I'm cool with it.
Oh, 9 a.m.
right?
hot dog,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Pizza.
Joe?
Yep.
Yes. To you, sir.
An Air India airliner, a Boeing 787-8. Is that right? Is that how you pronounce that?
Sure.
That's what I'm going with. A Dreamliner carrying 242 passengers and crew en route to the United Kingdom from India crashed shortly after takeoff. This is
I
big
saw that
news just the other
yesterday.
day.
Yeah.
One person survived the crash, though.
Yeah.
Real Joe question for you here, Chris.
Unbelievable. All right.
If you were the sole survivor in a crash that claimed hundreds of others, how guilty do you think you'd feel?
Okay. This is a really good question because this would be survivor's guilt.
Right. So, how grateful versus guilt? Give me a percentage here. How guilty would you feel? Like, how much percentage guilt versus how much percentage, like, grateful?
Well, there's another little twist on this, too, and that is that the survivor was on the plane with his brother, and his brother died. Wow. So
he was the only one, right?
He was the only survivor.
Yeah.
I would feel tremendous guilt.
Okay.
I would be grateful, but I would feel tremendous guilt, especially if another family member were on there that did perish.
Yeah.
Because they talked with this guy's family back in London, and they said that they're sort of in this, we're overjoyed that, one of our family members is coming home, but we're incredibly saddened that we lost the other one. So that, very split emotions between gratitude and sorrow
50-50.
all at the same time. No, they are.
You.
I would feel, I'm going to say 80-20 guilt versus.
That sounds about right for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Pablo?
I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to say, like, in the beginning, I'm going to not feel guilty. I'm going to be grateful.
Yeah.
But that's because I'm alive, and I just almost died less than an hour ago or whatever. So, no guilt there.
Okay.
Maybe a couple weeks later.
Well, hold on.
Then you would start feeling
Both of you want to die at an early age.
Well, then feel guilt for me if I die in that plane then. But don't.
We'll feel joy for you if you die in the plane.
So whatever.
Like, that's what he always wanted, to die in a horrible plane crash.
I don't have a passport or a travel card, so.
Oh, your Costco card might not work either. Yeah.
I don't know if I get
gold
on
star
these days. Yeah,
you can get in.
President Trump appeared to respond to worries from employers yesterday morning, saying, our great farmers and the people in the hotel and leisure business have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good, long-time workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace. He posted that on Truth Social. He promised that changes are coming. It seems like somebody may have said that migrants are doing jobs that Americans won't do. And now it sounds like he's finding out that migrants are doing jobs that Americans won't do. That's weird. Joe, what is one job that you would never do?
Because I couldn't or I wouldn't?
Would not. You would refuse to do it.
Oh, gosh. I got to say proctologist.
Really?
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that with you.
Really?
Yeah, because you've had so many digestive issues. I'm going to try to be professional.
Yeah, I don't want to see others.
Okay, all right.
I don't really want to. What? Pablo, he asked.
All right.
I don't want to do that. Do you want to do that?
I'm just thinking, I had a conversation with my father one time. My father's an electrician. He's the son of an electrician.
Mm-hmm.
So my grandfather, one of his jobs is that he had to change the light at the top of the water tower in my small hometown.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had to go up there like once a year, however many years. And he had to climb up the ladder on the inside of the water tower, and he'd go out and he'd open the hatch, and he had to change that light bulb. And I remember my father saying he would never do that. He was terrified of heights. So he said he would never change the light bulb. But my grandfather used to do it. He didn't have any. He was caution to the wind kind of guy. But my dad, he says, I'll never change that. I'll hire somebody else to do it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I would never want to work out in the sun, like on a roof. But something I would refuse to do, like if I had to work at a daycare, I'm not changing diapers.
Oh,
I'm
that's a
not
good one,
changing
too.
diapers.
Huh.
See, I was thinking like...
You would? No way, bro.
I don't think so. No, the things kids do is stinky. I was thinking construction at first, but honestly...
You would rather be on the roof than to be a doctor.
No, honestly, like those construction guys, some of them, man, they're jacked. Like, I would come to love doing construction.
And then the poor guys get skin cancer from being on the roof all summer.
Dude, I had to work outside. I was a maintenance technician for a summer in Michigan. I did it.
Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry for your loss.
I loved doing it. I love learning.
Our summer in Michigan.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah,
I
really
love learning. I was all about that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that.
He worked some maintenance at an air-conditioned facility in Michigan.
I was
in the summer.
outside.
Oh, my
There's
goodness.
no air conditioning outdoors.
It's so tough.
I had to spray wasps' nests.
Oh,
Chris.
my goodness. Thoughts and prayers.
I was up 3 stories on a roof hanging over.
Thank you for your service.
I did not perish.
You've heard us talking about our Outspoken Against Hunger campaign as we try to help St. Mary's Food Bank ensure that no kid goes hungry this summer. Now, maybe you've already texted food to 620-620, or maybe you've been thinking about texting food to 620-620 to make a donation. Now would be a good time to do that. Bruce St. James from Outspoken is going to give you an update on how close they are to their goal of providing 200,000 meals and how much they need your help. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash without monthly payments to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt to making renovations or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's HomeTap.com.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone's well-fed and happy. Grad party, office celebration, family reunion. Invite Venencia's to the table. Text catering to 411-24/7. That's catering to 411-247. Or Venencias.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
It's Gatos, and it's time to hire Arizona's #1 painter, Arizona Painting Company. In business 20-plus years in the Valley. Heck, I've been talking about them on KTAR for 20-plus years. Bonded, licensed, and insured. The painters, they've been with the company for over a decade. They don't want to go anywhere else. And guess what? When your house gets painted, they don't leave your property until you're 100% satisfied. Text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you the phone number from the Arizona Painting Company. These guys will come to your home and give you a free estimate if you mention Gatos. They buy the paint. They paint your home. Then they meticulously go over your home with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that you're 100% satisfied. They treat your home like it's their home. I've known these guys personally for so many years. I want you to hire them. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll bounce a text back to you with their phone number and information that you need to know all about the Arizona Painting Company.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. KTAR Eyes on the Economy.
Basically saying the environment is better in Arizona for us to grow our business and expand.
Dutch Bros is moving their headquarters from Oregon to here in the Valley in Tempe. The president of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, Danny Seiden, says the $1.2 billion company relocating here to the Valley sends a message that Arizona is a good place to grow your business. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's start in the East Valley. In Chandler, you've got a wreck at Elliott and Arizona Avenue, and also in the East Valley on State Route 87 northbound. That is closed at the Bush Highway. That's due to a brush fire there. Looking at Phoenix now, you've got a wreck at 67th Avenue in Indian School, another at 35th Avenue in Bell, and in the West Valley, it's the northbound lanes of Loop 303 to be concerned with. Those are closed near Lone Mountain Parkway due to an earlier serious accident. Traffic is exiting at Joe Max Road, and that's going to be closed for the next few hours. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Golf fans, join Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show this Saturday live 7 to 9 a.m. from Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the U.S. Open and Father's Day weekend. Score Shady Ray sunglasses, gift cards, and epic swag while enjoying great food and drink specials. Bring Dad to catch every swing of the U.S. Open on a massive 16-foot video wall. Trophy Bar, your Father's Day headquarters, and Bunker to Bunkers hang for every PGA major this season. Powered by Santan Ford.
We'll have the latest on the battle between Israel and Iran on the next Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning, starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. You'll find us on air, obviously, online, obviously, and on the KTAR News app, obviously. But did you know you'll also find us on the KTAR News YouTube channel?
Obviously.
Now you do.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have? You want to talk about what's coming up next week?
I guess we could do that. Yeah, sure.
Arizona's House of Republicans, start this over, Joe.
Okay.
Arizona's House Republicans have a plan to fund the schools, the roads, the Department of Public Safety. The governor says their plan is dead on arrival. The Senate Republicans don't like it either.
Fewer than 2 weeks until we hit the deadline, and the politicians seem as far from a deal as they were at the New Year. Are we in for another dramatic 11th hour deal? Has that been the plan all along? That's on the next Chris and Joe show, KTAR News.
Doesn't that sound exciting, Bruce? You probably want to catch that, don't you?
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound thrilling?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
We have to create a crisis, then solve the crisis, and then take credit for solving the crisis we created.
It's remarkable how many times I write these teases with you in my head.
Oh, really?
I do, yeah.
I apologize.
Just wait till next week when he's not here.
I just find that I agree with you on so many different things. When I go, saw that one
that's
coming,
not
didn't
good.
we?
That's not good for either of us, is it?
Next week they'll be written with fear and loathing in my head.
As well they should.
I thought you did a tremendous job. An hour ago, if you weren't with us, Bruce was in the studio, and he was talking about the food drive that they have going on. This is the Outspoken Against Hunger with St. Mary's Food Bank.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you did a great job of painting a picture of making sure kids have food this summer.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, what wouldn't you do to help a child? You know, we've used this example before. If you saw a kid on the side of the road, you'd be, oh, my God, what's going on? If you were in a store and there was a child walking around without a parent, hey, hold on, we got to find you a parent. Well, there's kids that go to bed hungry. Yeah. There's kids that wake up in houses and there's no food in the refrigerator or in the pantry. And we think that's unacceptable, not on our watch. And St. Mary's Food Bank is doing an amazing job to make sure that doesn't happen so that parents, families, and kids are going to have meals all summer long. Keep in mind, summertime is the hardest time because when school's out, a lot of these kids are not getting their breakfast or lunch like they would at school. And it's a pretty large number of kids here in the Valley that get at least 2 meals a day at school. And, we've been told by some of them, those are the only 2 meals they get. They go home, there's no dinner. Yeah. They load up at lunch. And now they're really struggling.
It's not just going hungry. It's nutrition that they're not getting either.
Without a doubt.
And that's a time when you're a kid, you got to have the right balance.
That's a great point. And St. Mary's does a great job. It's not junk food.
Yeah.
The emergency food boxes, the ones I've been there and volunteered, literally putting in the back of in the trunk or in the back of a car. They've got fresh food in them. They've got fresh vegetables. They have meat. They have bread. They're not handing out Cheetos and Diet Coke.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think that's important as well. You can help. All I got to do is text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620. And our friend, the president of Axon, Josh Isner, he's matching donations right now. So anything you donate, he'll match.
Which is really incredible because right now $1 provides
10 meals.
Well, normally five, but then he's matching it.
It goes up to 10.
That's
yeah,
great.
I'm noticing a very interesting contrast here, Chris, too. Bruce says do it for the kids. Gato says do it for me.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Which is why we were telling people they needed to text food to 620-620 during our show.
Yes.
Just to let people know that Bruce's storytelling is so much more compelling than Gatos's "do it for me" thing.
Do it for children. Well, we all have our own angle, but I've been there. I've seen these kids. More so, you almost see the what do you want to call it? Fear, desperation in the eyes of parents who don't know how they're going to feed their kids. And thank goodness, St. Mary's Food Bank is here for us, and they just do an amazing job.
Text food to 620-620, and you can make sure that those kids don't go hungry this summer. All right. Have a great show, my friend. I know you're going to be talking a little bit more about this. You're coming up on the deadline for your goal. Joe Heising, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Joe's back again on Monday. I'm going to take a little time off. It's Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Bye.
Mike Broomhead.
Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan is in studio with me. If there is going to be an increase in funds in your agency, how is it going to be spent?
Deputies and detention officers historically get behind the power curve when it comes to funding. So they're going to give pretty significant pay raises to deputy sheriffs and detention officers. So that is very significant.
Mike Broomhead, weekday Weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and I'm hanging out with Cynthia and Leo. 25 years married. They do everything together, including going to Aria Dental Implant Center. How did Aria change your life?
Aria Implant Center changed my life health-wise, my smile, enjoying food, and my confidence.
Leo, how's it changed your life?
It picked up my spirit. I look in the mirror, I feel younger. I can eat everything I want to eat. I got a little giddy up in my step now, so it did a lot for me. My concern was the finances. Can I afford this? Once they set me down and we went through it, they have every option you can go through for financing.
Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, they've lowered their fees. They want you to be a patient. They want you to regain your quality of life. Aria is local, so it's only a fraction of the cost compared to those massive corporate dental implant centers. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Free consultation when you mention Gatos. Aria spelled A-R-I-A, DentalImplantCenter.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of taking allergy pills every day to treat your allergies? Aspire Allergy and Sinus has helped thousands who spent years suffering before finally doing something. Like Erin, whose migraines were alleviated almost immediately after her sinus surgery with Aspire. Or Julie, who didn't even realize it was allergy season because she felt so much better after taking her allergy drops. Fixing your allergies is easier than you think it is. Go to AspireAllergy.com to set your appointment today. That's AspireAllergy.com.
Every summer across the valley, hundreds of our homeless neighbors die because of the heat. This is tragic, and it is preventable. None of us can stop the heat, but together we can save lives. With incredible partners like you, Phoenix Rescue Mission is able to provide life-saving water and critical care to our neighbors in need. Join us this summer and make a difference. Learn more at phoenixrescuemission.org/code red.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Israel and Iran exchanging missiles after Israel carried out an attack on Iran's nuclear and military structure. Iran claims 78 people have been killed. Israel says at least 41 have been hurt across the country. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Tel Aviv.
It has been an extremely tense day, yet another one here for people in Israel. Israelis spent several hours this evening in their bomb shelters, not only at the hotel where we are tonight, but also at their homes spread across the country here.
The conflict in the Middle East could cost you more to fill up your tank, according to Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy.
The situation in the Middle East likely to drive gas prices up again, at least for now, maybe by 10 to 20 cents a gallon over the next week or two. But as this situation is fluid, that could obviously shift significantly.
The price of oil climbed about 5% over the last day. Arizona's average gas price is still at $3.13 a gallon, according to AAA. Near Tucson, a drug bust had anti-ICE protesters interfering with law enforcement who were detaining the suspect. Sheriff Ross Teeple tells the Mike Broomhead Show he supports people's right to freedom of speech, but does not support being unruly toward law enforcement.
To the citizens of Pinal County, I say I'm extremely grateful to serve you and will continue to serve you. To the protesters, all I ask you is to think about the fact that if you don't like the way the system is, vote.
He says protesters blocked the Pinal County tow truck from taking the suspect's vehicle into evidence. KTAR Eyes on the Economy.
Basically saying the environment is better in Arizona for us to grow our business and expand.
And that's bringing another big investment to the Valley. And KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live in the News Center to tell us who it is.
Coffee drive-through chain Dutch Bros is relocating their headquarters to Tempe, Arizona. President of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, Danny Seiden, says it's easy to grow your business here because we're big on deregulation and honor universal occupational licensing. Plus, he says it's great for the economy.
When you hear that, thousands of employees who make great wages are moving to Arizona, especially in these headquartered, roles. These are, services, financial, legal.
Seiden explains having these workers live and spend money in the Valley will bolster state revenue and help fund schools, roads, and public safety. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The U.S. Forest Service is reporting a brush fire in the Tonto National Forest, calling it the Oak Fire. It's about 5 acres along State Route 87 northeast of the valley. Crews are currently working to get that put out, but meanwhile, State Route 87 is closed northbound near Fountain Hills. The cause of that fire under investigation. Let's check on the rest of the traffic now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We are waiting for Friday Light to kick in. That hasn't happened yet, but we do have some good news. The northbound lanes of State Route 87 are now once again reopened near Fountain Hills. That's according to ADOT. So that is one good thing. Other than that, we do have the usual spots of slowing across the valley, like the stack and the mini stack of the westbound 10, and also the 10 south of West Chandler. And if you're on State Route 51 and you're headed south, there's a wreck in the center lane at Glendale there. And if you're in the West Valley, you do need to know about a closure. The northbound lanes of Loop 303 closed near Lone Mountain Parkway. That's going to continue on for a couple more hours. Traffic is exiting at Joe Max. And traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Turn in that old AC for a new one with cash. For clunkers, $3,000 off a brand new AC unit. Full details at dayandnightair.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're looking for an overnight low around 81 degrees. Then tomorrow, 110. And look out on Father's Day. 114's in the forecast on Sunday. In Phoenix, right now, 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, our #1.
Oh, a lot of people tell you our #1 is the best of the hours.
Hey, coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to tell you how you can help us feed children.
Yeah.
As we're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank. You text the word food to 620 620. We've got some great, incredible stories for you to listen to, and I think after you hear them, you're going to say, "Listen, I want to give. I want to make sure that we feed some kids."
Yeah.
All right.
The opportunity.
That's all coming up. Are you as excited as I am? Because I am on the edge of my seat.
Really?
Before we tell everybody what we're talking about, scale 1 to 10, I'm a 9.5.
9.5 on the excitement scale.
Scale 1 to 10, what are you?
-3.
You can't be a -3. Come on. This is going to be a tremendous parade. Washington, D.C. It's the military parade.
Do you recognize the music?
I do. And you know what? That's a little wrong back there, by the way. This is not necessarily the music that's going to be played.
Is there a North Korean version of this?
There is not a North Korean version.
That's disappointing.
A military parade tomorrow, Washington, D.C. It'll mark the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. How can you not be excited about this? I love military parades. This is fantastic.
What are your all-time favorite military parades? And how many of them are North Korean?
The one that's coming up tomorrow?
Moscow, they do them in Moscow too. They do them there. Those are good.
They did it on Star Wars. I like Star Wars.
And they certainly, yes. Well, the Empire did it in Star Wars, to be
clear.
Still a
military parade.
I was like, it was the Empire.
All right, so you ready for, you want to take a look at the numbers when it comes to the military parade?
Okay.
250, Bruce.
250 what?
The number of years since the founding of the United States Army.
Here.
Now, this one has a little controversy surrounding it.
Oh.
I don't believe this is the reason for the parade.
Okay.
But the number 79. President Trump's age on June 14th. It just happens to be the same day as the Army military parade. I don't think it's for his birthday. I think it's more for the U.S. Army. Wouldn't you agree?
Agree to disagree.
All right. A look at the military parade by the numbers. You ready
Trump
for this
cares so much about the military. He managed to escape the draft. How many times
he
was
did.
that?
Yeah.
He loves it so much.
Didn't he have flat feet?
I think he had bone spurs.
Well, bone spurs,
Private bone spurs.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's poor him.
We're looking at the military parade by the numbers. 40 million.
What's that?
That's the price tag. You'll be a part of that.
That's
taxpayers.
Yeah, that's the part that I think upsets me more than any of it.
Really?
Well, we were just told that we were having to make all these cuts and Doge and waste, fraud, and abuse.
Forget all that stuff.
And, yeah.
Let's get back to the fun stuff of the parade.
God.
The number of animals in the parade?
Animals?
37.
Probably horses, right?
Mostly horses.
Maybe some dogs?
Mules. And you ready? A dog named Doc Hollywood.
Okay. Like a fur missile. Yeah.
Yeah. 150. The number of Army vehicles anticipated during the parade.
Okay.
I can't believe that you're just not as excited as I am. I don't understand this.
Yeah.
All right. If you're not excited, I wonder how...
Can I tell you this?
Yeah.
I'm consistent. I don't watch or care about any parades. Macy's, Thanksgiving, no. Like, none of them. I just don't, yeah.
You know, I want to have a parade.
Oh, really?
I wanted to have a parade for my birthday a couple of years ago in New Orleans.
Oh, right.
You know, you can go to New Orleans and you can have a parade.
You can hire people to be your parade?
Oh, yeah.
Those like bands and like a float?
You walk right down the street.
Really?
I want it to be, kind of in one of those big king chairs.
Okay.
Craft. If you were to go to Chase Field for game 1, you get like 3 planes, maybe.
3. Sometimes it's just 1.
Get like 3 planes,
maybe 3. Sometimes it's just 1.
This is 50.
Saturday is going to be a big day.
It's going to be a huge day.
In Washington, D.C.
Officials insist the parade is solely to mark the Army's 250th birthday, but the timing is hard to ignore. Saturday is also President Trump's 79th birthday.
Well, you only turned 79 once.
There is that.
So
there is that.
So you don't like the way the money part.
I think it's ridiculous.
Here's Senator Rand Paul. He doesn't like what would you call it?
What?
This type of spending.
But that's because he's the last fiscal conservative in the Senate.
Your thoughts on the parade that's going to take place? Some Democrats are saying it's a waste of money.
How dare you, Democrats? This is celebrating our military.
Never been a big fan of goose-stepping soldiers in big tanks and
how dare you, Senator Paul?
Missiles rolling down the street. So, if you ask me, I wouldn't have done it. I'm not.
That's because you're no fun. Didn't he? Wasn't he the one that got beat up by his neighbor?
Yes.
Yeah, he probably deserved it.
I'm not sure what the actual expense of it is, but I'm not really, we were always different than, the images you saw of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, no longer. We used to be better than them. Yeah, we used to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We've now come down to the standard of North Korea.
Bruce.
And Russia. Great. Congratulations.
28 M1 Abrams tanks.
M1 A1s, yeah.
Okay. Each weighing more than 60 tons.
Yeah, they're going to tear up the streets.
Well, we can fix that.
I think they budgeted $20 million to fix the streets after the tanks tear them up. They can't roll down pavement without tearing them up.
It's all worth it. We've got 28 tracked Bradley fighting vehicles. Do you know what they are?
Yeah.
What are they?
It's like a troop carrier.
That's awesome.
Bradley, yeah. Don't worry, it's got guns on it too.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
We've got 28 wheeled Striker combat vehicles.
Yeah.
We've got 4 tracked M109 Paladin self-propelled howitzers.
Yeah, it's a big gun.
I don't know what that is. That's awesome. A howitzer.
But it's a big gun on wheels. How's that?
We've got towed artillery. It'll maneuver to the start of the parade route just off the National Mall. This is fantastic. Oh man. I can't wait to watch. Is this thing going to be on TV all day tomorrow?
No. A lot of networks aren't even going to cover it.
How dare they? That's un-American.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also supposed to rain.
Well, that's un-American too.
That's God chiming in.
That's not God chiming in. Maybe that's God's tears that it's such a beautiful thing.
I'm sure it is.
Bruce, it's a parade.
It's the tears of Jesus on Trump. Yeah.
Sources say mounted rocket launchers will be on display.
Awesome. I can't wait to see that. That's awesome. That's by the numbers. I don't think I have any more numbers.
That's all your numbers?
Well, I got 6,000, the number of soldiers expected to participate in the parade.
Yeah.
7, the number of military bands. Come on, who doesn't like a military band?
Oh, God.
Let's see. We got a bunch of helicopters.
I'm sure.
CH-47, is it a Chinook?
Chinook.
Chinook. Helicopter.
All of our helicopters are named after Native American names.
Not for long, probably.
Like the Apache helicopter.
Probably not for long.
What do you mean not for long? Oh, yeah. Well, they'll probably change those names. Yeah, we got to change them. Probably the Confederate soldiers.
All right.
We'll have the...
We have a World War II B-25 bomber that's participating in the parade.
Wow, B-25 Mitchell, all right.
Oh, I don't know why. You know all about these things.
I do.
Because you watch all those YouTube videos.
I go to military museums and stuff.
Let's get together and watch this thing.
No.
Let's go to a sports bar. They'll have it on.
No, I respect the military a little bit.
We'll have some... What do you mean? We'll have some wings. We'll have some pizza. It'll be fantastic.
So this is apparently... to show the world what a strong military we have.
Love it.
Despite the fact that we spend more on our military than the next 9 countries combined.
I'm proud of that.
I think everybody already knows. We all know what this is for.
That's
It
right.
has nothing to do with the military and nothing to do with the Army.
225 years of the U.S. Army.
Yeah.
And what a wonderful moment. I won't miss a single moment of it.
You enjoy it.
I have my eyes glued to the television.
As well you
I'm sure
should.
CNN is going to carry this, start to finish.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be streaming somewhere. You'll
Fox
be able to
News.
find it. Yeah, they'll definitely carry it. Absolutely. They'll do like a 3-hour pregame and postgame.
I'm
and stuff.
in.
Yeah.
This feels to me like the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This feels to me like one of those days, like it's baseball, apple pie, Americana. This is awesome.
The last military parade that really stood out for me was the one for Anwar Sadat in Egypt.
All right, let's go to...
That's the one that stood out.
No, that's a bad parade.
Really? Depends on which end of it you're
We'll
on.
get together and watch it together. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to get you up to speed with everything you need to know. And then coming up next, we're going to tell you why the number 987 could impact thousands of lives. It's next up, Outspoken on KTAR.
Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs telling Arizonans who have plans to protest tomorrow to do it peacefully. She says Arizonans do have a right to make their voice heard, but not by destroying property nor rioting. There are plans for assemblies tomorrow nationwide and in various valley cities for what's being called the No Kings Day protest. Unclear how large these protests could be, but KTAR will be following along. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on Friday traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Becky Lynn. So, Fountain Hills, good news. State Route 87 is reopened but restricted at both directions, and that's going to be at milepost 234. Now, in Phoenix, there's a disabled vehicle. Right now, it's in the number 2 lane from the right on southbound 17 at Indian School, so keep to the left there. There's a crash at I-17 and McDowell southbound. However, it is slow in both directions. And in El Mirage at Grand Avenue and Thunderbird, there is a wreck. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it. Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. So we are outspoken against hunger. And all this month, we have been sharing stories, giving you opportunities to learn more about hunger, what it looks like in the Valley, how it, I won't say uniquely, but really impacts kids, especially during the summer. And we want to continue to try to touch your heart, give you reasons why, if you're in the position, you can donate and you can help feed some kids this summer.
Yeah, we're trying to raise $40,000. That'll provide 200,000 meals. Text the word food to 620-620. As you well know, Axon President Josh Isner came on the show earlier this week. He goes, I'll match up to 50 grand. So we have an opportunity, $100,000 here.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Text the word food to 620-620. Joining us now is our buddy Jerry Brown, Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. Good to have you back on, Jerry.
Hey, boys. Nice to meet with you. And thanks to all the hosts, Mike, Chris, and Joe, for taking some time out of their shows.
Yeah, they both did that today.
Yeah, they're really good of them.
And it was great.
Appreciate it.
You know, we know that you guys pack so much food in a box and you hand it to families who are in line in their cars, and it makes all the difference. But there are so many times where you also go above and beyond to make a kid smile. And I know that you have one story in mind, and I want you to tell our audience, because they're getting ready to text the word food to 620-620. If you want to know what St. Mary's Food Bank is all about, tell this one, Jerry.
I may have told the story before, and if I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry, but this is about a year and a half ago. It sticks in my mind. We see 10,000 families a week, and there are stories that just stick in your mind.
By the way, 10,000 a week.
10,000
is
families
pretty amazing
just
right
in
off
Phoenix
the
and
bat.
Surprise alone. That doesn't count the hundreds of agency partners that are doing things every day. 10,000 families pull up in their cars in Phoenix and Surprise every week.
Yeah.
So one family.
So this is about a year and a half ago, and it was on a day that we didn't have enough volunteers. And when we don't have enough volunteers, they pull staff out of the office and say, "Hey, you're on cart duty today. You're packing food. You're doing what needs to be done because if the volunteers aren't there, the line doesn't stop."
Yeah.
So I was out walking in between the cars, and a little kid popped his head out of the window, out of the back seat of the car, and. I won't use his name because I've used his name in the past, and people tell me don't use his name. So and I said, "How's it going, man?" And he goes, "I'm 7 tomorrow." And I said, "You're 7?
Yeah.
Fantastic! That's awesome! Happy birthday! What kind of cake are you going to have?" And the words were out of my mouth before, like you want to just grab them out of the air and shove them back into your mouth.
Yeah.
Right? Because what 7-year-old doesn't have a birthday cake?
Right.
That 7-year-old
Right?
doesn't have a birthday cake.
And I could see Mom in the front seat. Mom was in the front seat. He was in the back. And she was shaking her head no. Like don't
bring him
Don't
cake.
bring,
Yeah.
there's no cake. So, you get that heat in your body.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you just said something you weren't supposed to say. So they were about 3/4 of the way up the line. They have about 8 or 9 minutes. So Jerry's got 8-9 minutes. What are you going to do here? When we use donated food from grocery stores, sometimes we get bakery items, and we're able to add donuts, bread, to all of the other meats and all the other things that we do. And I ran back to the cooler, and there were 2 white blank sheet cakes, about square. Just they were small, but I grabbed both of them.
It's cake.
I grabbed both of them.
It's cake.
And I waited for them to come to the front of the line. And when the volunteers were filling the car with food, I just slid the sheet cakes into the back of the car.
Gosh.
Okay. I didn't tell him. I didn't tell Mom. But I knew that when I shut the door that there was going to be a birthday cake tomorrow.
He got to blow
that
candles
7-year-old.
out. He got to blow
This
candles
is
out.
America. Who doesn't get a birthday cake when they're 7?
Right.
And that's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we try to do. We had Steve on last week. They call him the Candy Man.
Oh, yeah.
He hands out,
volunteers.
a few things. If you've been in that line, you've been there 30 or 45 minutes, and that kid's had to wait patiently in the back of the car. And sometimes they're sitting on top of laundry. Sometimes they're sitting on top of whatever got packed into the car when they had to get kicked out of the apartment.
Right.
They're
living in it. Yeah.
They're living in it.
Think about that mom when she was unloading the groceries and unexpectedly found cake for her son's 7th birthday the next day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's got to be awesome.
And it's going to be 114 on Monday, and we're going to be out there doing it. There are going to be as many cars out there as there is today.
The weather doesn't impact the line at
what
St.
gets
Mary's.
you through? What makes you want to get up and do this every day?
That's it.
7-year-old's birthday.
Man.
That's what it's about.
He got to blow out the candles on his birthday.
Right.
Yeah. Text the word food to 620. If that doesn't just, rip your heart
awesome.
out. I mean, because part of it is so sad that you asked a question that is the most simple question to
Innocent,
ask any single kid. If a kid's
No-brainer.
having a birthday, they're getting cake. But you know what, folks?
Yeah.
Not every kid gets a cake.
No. When they're struggling just to have a meal, cake is out of the question.
So if you're wondering who you're going to donate to, if you're wondering who's getting that food, if you wonder who's going to get that little surprise snuck into their car, that's St. Mary's Food Bank, and that's why you should text the word food right now to 620 and give.
Yeah.
That's why. That's why we're doing this.
Why is the number 987 special?
Oh, that's for folks that, and I hate to bring up taxes because we all just got done with this, right?
It's okay.
But it's 2025 now, and you can donate as an individual $495, or as a couple, up to $987 to St. Mary's Food Bank. And the reason, and you get it back on your taxes.
One-to-one,
It's called
you
the
get-
Arizona tax credit.
Yeah, it's a one-to-one
You can
deal.
donate that money, and then when you write it off on your taxes later on, if you owe taxes, that comes off the top.
Yeah.
If you're getting money back, you'll get that much more back on your tax return. The reason I bring it up is because of Axon. If you donate that $987, now you're donating $1,850.
Right.
And you're feeding that many people. For somebody
That's
who makes a
amazing.
$100 donation, that's 1,000 meals between you double it to 200. We do 5 meals for every dollar. That's 1,000 meals.
And you were talking about Axon. Here was Josh Isner on the show, and he said this.
Guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000.
Oh, my
for
Lanta.
this effort.
$50,000.
Go raise the money and we'll make it happen.
All right.
All right, we're on it. Josh, we're on it.
Yep.
Text the word food to 620-620. Let's make Axon spend $50,000.
To say the least. And let's
Every last dollar.
Every last dollar.
And let's make sure kids aren't going hungry this summer. Jerry, thank you again. And thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Will you make a point? Seriously. Thank the volunteers and the staff down there. They work hard. Again, it's 100 and goodness knows what. And you guys are out there putting boxes in cars. You're out there helping still. It's amazing the work that your staff and the volunteers do.
If you're headed out and you're you're going on vacation, think about making a donation before you go on vacation.
Thank you. Yeah.
And think about the people that are going to be left behind who can't go on vacation.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. We've got a check of the headlines on the way. And up next, U.S. employers starting to get a little antsy. Are they worried about getting arrested for hiring illegal immigrants? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR. Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, maybe you're doing what I'm doing this summer. You're getting the inside of your home painted by the Arizona Painting Company. Last year, they painted the outside of my house. Looked like a brand new house. This summer, they're painting the inside of my home. So maybe you're still debating making the call. You're wondering, well, I don't know if I can get the inside of my home painted. I've got the kids at home all day. Well, it's not too tough to have the painters at the house while the kids are running around. I'll explain. When you hire the Arizona Painting Company, they've done this for years. They can work around the kids. They're experienced at working while kids are at home during the summer. They work around the clutter. They paint your house in sections. So maybe the living room is off limits to the kids for one day. And then the next day it'll be fine. They'll just move to a bedroom. You keep the kids at home. You could take them out for lunch. You could go to the water park. You could do whatever you want. So it's not messy. It's easy. We're going to have it done at our house. All you have to do is call the Arizona Painting Company. Text the word paint to 620-620. Hire the guys at the Arizona Painting Company.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I gotta get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:33. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs telling Arizonans who have plans to protest tomorrow to do it peacefully. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
That's from a statement released by the governor today where she emphasizes local law enforcement is prepared to respond to violent protests. She says Arizonans do have a right to make their voice heard, but not by destroying property nor rioting. Similar messages also released today by the head of Arizona DPS and Attorney General Chris Mays. And there are plans for assembly tomorrow nationwide in various Valley cities known as the No Kings Day protest. The same day, President Donald Trump is holding a parade in Washington, D.C. commemorating the U.S. Army's birthday, also on the president's birthday. Right now, it's unclear how large these protests could be, but KTAR will be following along. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
A 23-year-old is facing several charges in the aftermath of a protest in Peoria earlier this week. Protesters or prosecutors say Tyler Hitt was seen on body-worn camera footage assaulting an officer and resisting arrest. Now, this protest was the result of what police say was a mistaken belief that an immigration raid was taking place. Hitt, who is due in court on June 25th, also is facing charges related to a protest at Arizona State University last year. Measles cases keep climbing across the country. The epicenter of the outbreak still West Texas.
Measles cases in the U.S. now nearing the 1,200 mark. The CDC says they stretch across 34 states. The CDC says there were 29 new cases from last week's update. This year's numbers nearing a 30-year record level. 95% of the cases this year nationally have been unvaccinated or have unknown vaccination status. The CDC confirming 3 measles deaths so far this year, 2 children and 1 adult. Health officials say all were unvaccinated. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Let's check the afternoon Friday traffic. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit going on the Valley roads and freeways right now. At 19th Avenue and Buckeye Road, you might want to avoid that area. That's going to be closed for some time due to an earlier fuel truck spill that happened there. The 17, both north and southbound, is rather slow right now from Bethany home to the Stack. That's because there's a couple different things going on there. There's a disabled vehicle, and that's going to be on the right right side of the freeway on the 17 southbound at Indian School, and also on I-17 southbound at McDowell. There's a crash to report there. In Fountain Hills, there was an earlier brush fire that had closed State Route 87 that is back open, but it is restricted in both directions at milepost 234. And in the West Valley, the northbound lanes of Loop 303 are closed. That's near Lone Mountain Parkway. Traffic is exiting the freeway at Jomax. And traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight 81 tomorrow. Excessive heat warning in effect as we head up to 110. And Sunday, for Father's Day, you're going to be celebrating in 114-degree heat. It's 104 in Buckeye right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We'll have the latest on the battle between Israel and Iran on the next Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning, starting at 8:15.
It is decidedly too hot right now.
Real quick, thanks to our buddy Mike Broomhead. You heard him right there. I hopped on a couple times with him in the morning. And his listeners, that audience, you're out there, you listen to us too, or you don't. Fantastic.
You guys raised a lot of money this
Thousands
morning.
of dollars.
Yeah.
So on the Broomhead Show, I want to thank Mike. And, it was awesome to do that for a couple different segments. And in the morning, they really, really came through for Outspoken Against Hunger. All you have to do is text the word food to 620-620. All right?
Outstanding. Hey, coming up at the top of the hour, by the way, we're going to be joined by our military expert. Mike Lyons is going to be joining us. Are we on the precipice of World War III?
I mean, how many times have we said that?
Many.
Does this one feel different?
Feels a little different, but early days. So let's see. So we're gonna talk a little bit about what's going on with Israel and Iran. All right. So we've heard about immigration raids. We've heard about dishwashers.
Oh, geez.
Lettuce pickers, right?
A couple were literally running away from ICE.
Yeah.
And there's video of it.
Right.
Yeah.
But, by the way, I had one about car washers. They went after the car wash.
They went after an illegal immigrant who was a car washer.
Yeah, they went after the car washers.
Okay.
Are employers next? Because the Trump administration says they are going to prioritize. I don't know if that's the proper terminology. They're going to take a look at that employers. Who's employing these people? I think that gets tricky because everything that we've heard is that you can pass the E-Verify system. It's easy to get around it, maybe is a good way to put it. And if the employer, checks all the little boxes, and that person happens to be illegal, well, all they got to do is come back and say, yeah, but we checked all the boxes.
I look at the E-Verify system the same way I look at the do not call list. None of it works.
I've been on the do not call list for years.
It's
it doesn't
ridiculous.
Work. I get constant calls.
Get it all the time. And do you know there's a food packing business in Nebraska?
Yeah.
And the head of the business had a raid. It was a raid. And he goes, listen, everybody here went through E-Verify. What else do you want me to do?
Everyone here is legal according to the government.
Yeah, and he goes, your system is broken. So the E-Verify system works about as best as a do not call list. It doesn't work.
That's not saying a lot.
And one thing I would like to say.
Ooh.
All right, listen, I'm glad that Trump changed his mind. On who he's going to arrest now.
Yeah. Well, yesterday, for all you kick the Mexicans out people, he said he doesn't want to kick out the Mexicans who are working in the hotel industry or in agriculture.
This is common sense.
Yeah, I don't want to kick them out.
No. And so I'm going to go with what Trump says. How about that? I like that. I didn't like what
the problem is it could change tomorrow.
It's true.
It could change tomorrow.
Yeah. But, I mean, there was a lot more talk of tariffs, and it was dragging the stock market down, and he backed off a little bit. He did.
Taco.
But and say what that means, because I'll argue.
Trump always chickens out.
Right. I don't see it that way.
Really?
No, I don't see that.
This is 5D chess again?
No, I don't think it's that either. I don't think he's that bright. And neither is Biden. I don't like any of those two guys. But I do think it's like, okay, if someone gets through to him, he can change his mind. So,
well, it's just whoever the last person to talk to.
I don't think that's it either.
Yeah, because Stephen Miller will go in here and say, we got to kick out all the Mexicans, and he'll change his mind again.
That's a bad human being. He's a rotten human being, Stephen Miller. But he has changed his mind on the tariffs a bit. He has.
The stock market. He heard from Wall Street that said, you're killing us.
But again, he changed his mind, and I think that's good. At least he's changing his mind. I don't think that's chickening out. I think that's being smart, and he needs to do that more. So if you change your mind, I don't feel like that's chickening out.
I do.
Make the right. But would you rather him not chicken out and start arresting everybody again?
He ran on all this stuff, and now he's chicking out because, you know what? It hurts the economy. It hurts his donors.
But I think that's...
Okay, great. I'm glad he's doing it. You're right.
I'm glad that he's changing his mind. I just don't see it as chickening out.
Yeah.
I think it's making a better decision. So don't arrest the people who are working on the farms. Don't arrest the people that are working in the hotels. My goodness,
But those are just the two people he talked to.
Anybody that are that are trying to get a job at Home Depot.
So now the construction
don't arrest them
lobby is going to go to him and say, don't arrest construction workers.
And I think that's what's going to happen.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, absolutely.
Yeah. But again, there are bad people here. They're just not as many as they say.
Oh,
they're having trouble finding bad people.
Right. They're trying to hit quotas. So they're, rounding up people at church.
And I hope that's going to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Trump said it's going to stop. I hope it does.
So I got a text here. It goes, I'm a business owner.
Okay.
And people can pass the E-Verify system if you're using fake information. Yeah.
Of course.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And but by using fake information, you can pass the system.
Exactly. There's a way around it.
So do you still hold the business owner responsible for that?
It's tough to do if that system is broken.
Yeah.
And you got to prove that they knowingly hired.
If the system doesn't work, why do we even check it?
But there are going to be a lot of people that don't even run it through E-Verify.
I'm sure.
And so that business owner will get arrested. They don't even use it.
We haven't arrested a business owner, and I couldn't tell you how long.
You're probably right.
It just doesn't happen.
I don't think it happens
at all.
It
doesn't happen.
No.
All right. That's not a real thing.
Maybe it will be. I don't know.
I don't want him to. Don't get me wrong. But it's not happening anyway.
Okay. Coming up, has the American dream changed this drastically?
Ooh.
It went from owning a house to that's not it anymore. So what is the real American dream, the new American dream? Next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about how a life changer loan, what are you talking about? Could be a part of that American dream. There are people out there, people who listen, and we appreciate it, who've reached out to Life Changer Loan. Let me tell you about a couple. David and Roxanne. They've got 4 kids, okay? He works in construction. She's a school teacher. So they still owe about $200,000 on their mortgage. They currently are at 3.9%. Okay, but 25 years left to pay, all right? You plug those numbers in, and with the Life Changer Loan, check this out. David and Roxanne will be paying off that home in 5 years, and they'll save themselves about $75,000 in interest compared to that traditional 30-year mortgage. Plus, with a Life Changer Loan, they always have access to their equity. So when it comes to paying for kids' vehicles, college, even weddings in the future, they got it handled. They will never have to borrow from anyone ever again. It's a Life Changer Loan, and you can find it online at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic. It's just math.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Aw, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've heard me sing the praises of Bulldog security screens for a long time now because these screens will protect your home like a fortress. Not even those crazy South American burglary rings can break through these beautiful-looking shade screens. Now, trust me, these screens are the real deal. You can leave your home with your doors and windows wide open, go out to dinner, even out of town with a guarantee that no one will break through your Bulldog security screens. Whether you're a high-profile athlete, a national celebrity, or an average homeowner like you and me, stay safe and protected with Bulldog security screens. They are truly the best. Been talking about them for a long time. I tried to break through them myself and wasn't able to. The only thing that broke was the baseball bat that I used to try to break in. You're going to love this product. Get all the details. Schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. While the U.S. insists they have nothing to gain from the conflict between Israel and Iran, President Trump said the attack was no surprise to him. Here's ABC Chief Washington Correspondent Jonathan Karl.
We don't know when the United States was informed, but I can tell you this. U.S. officials I spoke to in the 24 to 36 hours before the attack had a clear sense of what was coming. They may not have known the exact details, but they knew that an Israeli attack on Iran was imminent.
The war in Ukraine and now this war between Israel and Iran show how technology like drones are shaping the future of combat. ASU President's Professor of Technology and Ethics, Brad Allenby, thinks warfare will be determined by technological superiority, and countries now have to reimagine national security as attacks can happen far away from the battlefield. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Good news if you're traveling through Fountain Hills. The State Route 87 has reopened after an earlier brush fire. However, do allow some extra time. There are restrictions in both directions at milepost 234. In South Phoenix, avoid 19th Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road due to an earlier tanker spill. And in the West Valley, there's a closure on the northbound lanes of Loop 303 near Lone Mountain Parkway. Traffic leaving the freeway at Jomax. In Phoenix, there's a disabled vehicle causing problems on southbound 17 at Indian School and a crash slowing things at southbound 17 at McDowell. And finally, in Avondale, there's a crash at Indian School and Dysart Road. Traffic brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. A funeral for a fallen Apache Junction police officer is set for Monday. We'll have the latest for you from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Hey, did you know we're on YouTube?
I do.
Like right this second?
Yeah, I don't watch it. I got to concentrate on the show. Or
We don't have a choice. They put it.
Well, I'm just saying.
I try not to look
I don't
at it.
want to look at it.
You can watch, listen.
I'm distracting. My looks are so good. I'm a bit
I
distracted.
can only imagine it's difficult to look at that screen and keep your mind on the show.
You, that is a machismo
Handsome
mugshot
devil.
right there. I will say that.
We also have interviews, reaction to breaking news, all of it on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can check it out, but we are live in studio right now. We even have Becky Lynn Cam.
It's great.
Hello.
Yeah. Becky Lynn.
Just proving it.
Yeah, no, there you go. Boom, and there she is. All right. Define the American dream.
Get a house.
Yeah, I'm going to expand upon it. I always thought, like,
Buy a house.
the American dream was you go to school, you graduate, you get married, you have kids, buy a house. It's probably got a white picket fence. There might be a dog involved.
I was going to say there needed to be the white picket fence.
Might even
That
be a
was
dog.
Nice job. Good job.
When you talk to these damn kids today, you talk to the new generation, they have a different definition of the American dream.
Latest iPhone.
The American dream is not buying a house. The American dream is paying off their debt, mostly student loan.
I agree with that. I think it has changed.
That's it. That's the da-da. Like, you remember you get the keys to your first house, like the feeling. They're saying paying off debt is that to us.
Is getting the biggest weight off your shoulder.
Oh, I can't imagine, right?
Yeah, and I know a lot of younger people who are in debt because of college, and they're making good money. You know, a lot of them that I know have a family. They're doing very well. But in the back of their mind, they always know they've got debt, and they want to pay it off. And they're always looking for that day where they don't have to do that anymore, where they don't have to do it on a monthly basis or what have you.
Did I ever tell you? I got to tell you this really quick. I had a doctor, and she has since retired. And as recently as about 5 years ago, she was still paying.
On like her student loan?
Her student loan.
Okay, how old are we talking?
Well, she's now
Retired age.
Well, people retire in their 40s or 50s sometimes.
I think she was right around 60.
60.
But
That's
at
crazy.
the time, she had a very low interest rate, and she said, it's not that much, so I just don't even
But
worry
still
about
paying
it.
off on
but
it.
still, all those years later, she's now retired, and it may not be done.
Yeah, but hold on. She's retired, and what that means is she has money. Because if she didn't have any money,
she wouldn't be able to retire. She wouldn't be able to
retire.
That's
So
right.
sometimes that debt does work out in the end.
So on average, the Gen Zers out there are carrying roughly $94,000 in personal debt. Now, that includes credit card and other things, buy now, pay later, whatever. That seems ridiculously high amount of money to be in debt.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
If you own a house, like people go, I own a house, I'm not in debt. I go, yeah, you are. You got a mortgage, all right? You know what I'm saying? Like, but we don't count that as debt. This is like debt you get a bill for every month.
Yeah, I don't count
Like retail debt.
Yeah.
I don't count having a mortgage debt.
No, I don't think most people do.
Yeah, but I think homeownership is that sounds hilarious to them. Getting out of debt is the new American dream.
Well, you can have debt from college, and if you want to say debt on a mortgage, it feels almost, that's too overwhelming.
Agreed.
Car payment?
Yes.
And don't have a car payment. That's not smart either.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that. And up next, are we on the precipice of World War III? Retired Army major and military analyst and great friend of the show, Mike Lyons.
He's great if you haven't heard him.
Fantastic. He joins us next. He just got off CNN. He's going to be on with us now. Coming up right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Howard Air and Plumbing. Howard Air and Plumbing. I've got them on my schedule. And you say, for what? Well, they're coming out, and they are going to make sure that my air conditioning is working properly. So Becky Lynn was saying it's going to be 114 degrees on Father's Day. Okay. Maybe you're having a little party for Dad, right? Maybe you're having some of the family over. Let's say the air conditioner goes out. What do? It's very simple. You go to your phone, and you have the phone number that I'm going to give you right now. You call Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766. You know, you're 3 hours away from the party. The air is out. You've got people coming up. What do? You can panic and run to Google and try and figure out who am I going to have out here. Or you could calmly call Howard Air, tell them Gato sent you, and they're going to be out to help you. 602-953-2766, howardair.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran launched its air defenses Saturday morning there to hold off a fresh round of missiles from Israel. As Israel and Iran exchange missile strikes, representatives for their countries exchanged words at a UN Security Council meeting today. Iran's ambassador to the UN, Amir Saeed, accused Israel and those that support the country, like the U.S., of undermining global peace and security.
Supporting Israel today is supporting war crimes against humanity, and deliberate undermining of global peace and security.
KTAR, Eyes on the Economy.
Basically saying the environment is better in Arizona for us to grow our business and expand.
Another big investment coming to the Valley.
Coffee drive-thru Dutch Bros is relocating their headquarters to Tempe, Arizona. President of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, Danny Seiden, says it's easy to grow your business here because we're big on deregulation and honor universal occupational licensing. Plus, he says it's great for the economy.
When you hear that, thousands of employees who make great wages are moving to Arizona, especially in these headquartered, roles. These are, services, financial, legal.
Seiden explains having these workers live and spend money in the Valley will bolster state revenue and help fund schools, roads, and public safety. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A wrong-way driver is to blame for a crash that has shut down the northbound side of Loop 303 near Jomax Road. Arizona Department of Public Safety tells us a vehicle traveling south on the northbound side hit a pickup. The wrong-way driver suffered severe head injuries, but no one in the pickup was seriously hurt. Troopers continue to investigate exactly what happened. And in today's airline news, a JetBlue flight landing at Boston's Logan International Airport rolled off the runway and into the grass. Samantha Decker with Massachusetts Port Authority says no one on JetBlue Flight 312 was hurt. The runway remained closed while crews assessed the aircraft and passengers were bused to the terminal. The plane was coming from Chicago. JetBlue said in an emailed statement that they would conduct an investigation to try to understand why the plane veered off the runway. Planning a hike in the next few days? Phoenix Fire advises you plan ahead to avoid heat-related illnesses if going outdoors at all.
An extreme heat warning has been issued through the weekend with temperatures reaching over 110 degrees. Phoenix Fire Captain DJ Lee tells Arizona Morning News what the warning signs of heat exhaustion are.
The simple signs, your body's going to sweat first, right? That's your body's mechanism of a way of cooling itself down is to start sweating. When you run out of water and your body stops sweating, those are late signs.
Lee advises hydrating the night before, hiking with another person, or taking easier trails. If you do stop sweating or run out of water, call 911 or seek help immediately. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
And if you're thinking about cooling off by going to the beach, well, a young Florida girl scheduled for more surgery today after being bitten by a shark in shallow waters this week. A shark about 8 feet long. ABC's Morgan Norwood explains what happened after the attack.
New body camera footage showing the moment officers arrived on the scene to treat 9-year-old Leah Lindell after she was bitten by a shark while snorkeling in the waters off of Boca Grande, Florida on Wednesday. The officer heard telling Leah how brave she is as they prepared to airlift her to Tampa for treatment.
You're being very brave.
Leah's family says she was snorkeling just 4 feet away from her mom and younger siblings in shallow water when she came up screaming.
You see her hand hanging?
Okay.
Like a piece and just blood everywhere.
Okay.
Leah's right hand badly bitten.
Leah's mom said doctors so far have saved her daughter's hand with blood flowing to her entire hand and to all of her fingers. Let's check on the Friday road home. Here is Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got slowing on I-17 both north and southbound from Bethany Home Road to the Stack, and some closures to be aware of around the valley. In South Phoenix, there's a closure at 19th Ave and Lower Buckeye Road due to an earlier tanker spill. And in Fountain Hills, the 87 is reopened, but still restricted in both directions at milepost 234. That's due to an earlier brush fire. And as you heard Becky Lynn tell you, in the West Valley, the northbound lanes of Loop 303 are closed near Lone Mountain Parkway. Traffic is exiting at Jomax, and in Avondale, a crash at Indian School and Dysart Road. Traffic brought to you by Plum Smart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Our overnight low 81, tomorrow 110 and 114 on Sunday. Not much relief on Monday either. 113's in the forecast. In Tempe, it's 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people will tell you that hour number 2 is the best hour. And there's a solid argument to make today, right?
Yeah. Before we get to that, hey, we're outspoken against hunger. We are partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, and the donations are rolling in. We're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. This, over the next couple weeks, we're going to be feeding people here in the Valley who desperately need it.
Yeah.
And so before you do anything, text the word food to 620-620. Get that donation in, all right?
Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yesterday, it was right about this time when the Twitter machine started to spark and light up, saying there were explosions, air defenses, fires starting in Tehran, the beginning of an Israeli attack on Iran. Now, almost exactly 24 hours later, Iran has responded. Israel's responded back. I don't even know exactly where we're at on which level of salvo. But joining us right now is retired Army Major and military analyst Mike Lyons. Mike, I just saw you on TV, by the way. You're doing an outstanding
Fantastic job.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, guys.
Mike, are you ever upset that we never call you just to say hi? We only call you when the world is coming apart.
No, that's okay. I got one of those jobs like in IT, right? No one calls those guys and say, "Hey, things are working great. Appreciate it." They only call them it's a problem.
Oh,
so it's okay.
So I don't even know where to start. How about this? I'm going to start with this.
Yeah.
Israel and Iran are now trading missile and drone attacks, I think is a fair way to put it. How does this end? What does victory look like? How does this end?
So I think you're going to see the objective that Israel has was to destroy the Iranian nuclear capability. So that's the #1 mission here, and they can say they'll stop when they think they've done that. Now, they might end up destroying a lot of other military operations. They might destroy, they might take out a lot more Iranian leadership. There's other things that are going to take place. But I think from that perspective, so it's similar to what we did in Desert Storm in 91. We said we're just going to take out that capability. And I don't think Iran has any off-ramp at this point. I think first of all, this was inevitable. Israel was never going to let Iran have a nuclear capability. They weren't going to let them negotiate one. The JCPOA from 2015, that just kicked the can down the road, and they're tired of getting the can kicked down the road. So that's why this attack was inevitable. They did it at a time when they thought Iran was the weakest and Israel had the most plans. But where does it end? From Israel's perspective, it ends when Iran surrenders and agrees to inspections to make sure they never have nuclear capability.
Mike Lyons is joining us, a retired Army major and military analyst. The United States is involved in this somewhat. How involved are we? And I hope we don't get really involved.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, sure. No, we've not spent any blood or minimal treasure, let's say. We trade as a partner. Israel uses Western equipment. And, we're helping with the defense as Iran is launching ballistic missiles that really have no directional way for them to know where they're actually going to hit. So that's why we need the Navy that's out there helping them knock those down. But this is an absolute generational change that's taking place in the Middle East right now that we should take advantage of.
Okay.
I mean, I'm frankly looking for a Henry Kissinger, somebody that's going to go in there. Look at the opportunity that exists to get places like Lebanon back together and get Syria, even though the regime that took over there are formerly terrorists. I'll give you that. But we've seen terrorist organizations decide to become part of the society. Yeah. This comes down to a war of religion still, Shia versus Sunni, which is why in the palace in Saudi Arabia, they might be saying one thing, putting out press releases about how astonished they are, but behind there, they're doing the YMCA dance, and they're all happy that this took place. Iran is totally defanged. It's now no longer this gray zone war. All of the proxy forces have been stripped away. Israel has worked on that the last few years. And so this is mano a mano, and it's a military fight that the Iranians can win. The question is, does the regime survive? And from my perspective, they'll eventually maybe try to negotiate if they think that they're not. I still don't think Israel's going to let them have it. They're just going to continue to put their boot on their neck.
So if they're going to continue to put their boot on Iran's neck, doesn't Iran start to fight dirty? And what does that mean? And how do they fight dirty?
That's the worry.
Yeah.
So I think that their capability to do that is limited still. It's not. They don't have this network that they could release anymore. They're all in the Middle East. They used to have militia brigades inside of Iraq, and they're all gone. And with the help of the CIA, the help of the United States, they've been absolutely exterminated over the past few years. Not just even before the fight that Israel,
Hamas
started,
Hezbollah, Houthis, they're all been neutered to some level.
Exactly.
Good.
Right. So that was Iran's first line of defense in this. That always kept them from not attacking sooner. But it was never a better opportunity than to do this now. When Israel decided to take out Syrian missile capability because they didn't want that to fall into this new regime, they went in and took care of Iranian air defense platforms. So I thought we would have went in with them side by side. I mean, maybe we didn't need to drop any weapon systems, but we could have helped on protecting those assets. But it just goes to show you the Israeli military is just superb in terms of how they plan things and how they execute things.
We're talking to retired Army Major and military analyst Mike Lyons, and to follow up on what Gato said, though, if Iran is going to blame us anyway. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like even if we're like, hey, guys, we weren't involved. Didn't Marco Rubio put out a thing? This wasn't us. Right. Israel did this unilaterally. Well, if they're going to blame us anyway, are we going to get dragged into something if and when they attack Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq, etc.?
Yeah. Well, if they're dumb enough to do that, then yes, we would respond to that. We'd proportionally, maybe even disproportionately. We're not invading. We're not going to bring the 82nd Airborne there. That's not happening.
Thank goodness.
But we'll go after military targets. This entire kind of warfare in the Middle East, what we learned from Iraq and even Afghanistan, is that there's no need to have a presence on the ground with troops, that we can project power from the sea. We can project power in different ways. Right now, you combine the soft power of the United States with intelligence, satellite shots, and things that we can give to the Israelis, the technology we have. So we have GPS missiles and systems that when we shoot at a target from 400 miles away, with that round lands in a 55-gallon drum. I mean, that's the level of accuracy. Wow. When the Iranians do that, it lands within 500 yards of the 55-gallon drum. Right. Well, there's a lot of areas that go outside of the 500 yards of that kind of ballistic system. So that's the difference. I mean, that's how we've been able to harness the military technology, both from Israel and our perspective. If the Iranians were stupid and they tried to do something like that, our response, knowing this president also, would likely be disproportional.
Again, Mike Lyons talking to us. Mike, I swear I could talk to you about this for an hour. The idea, or the genesis of this, is to degrade, wipe out, end the opportunity for Iran to develop nuclear weapons. Can they do that with airstrikes? I've seen some of this stuff about how deep underground and how hardened some of Iran's facilities are. I mean, can this be done strictly with missiles and planes?
Well, first of all, the nuclear genie's out of the bottle, right? So technically, no. At some point in the future, the country of Iran, depending on who runs it, could have nuclear capability, right? So that's kind of out there. We can kill all the scientists we want and all the like that goes to that. So what we've done here is, again, kick the can down the road. But now the can's really getting kicked down the road. Now, I've watched some of the footage, and I've noticed what I'm called double taps. And what that means is they're firing these missiles at such accuracy that the first one goes in and explodes, softens the target, and the next one comes right behind it.
Right.
And I think I'm pretty confident that the United States has bunker busters, has other technology that could give to Israel that if they ask, that I'm sure that they'll use in order to go deep. But to say they're going to completely get rid of the program is not realistic. But what it can do is set it back 10, 20, 30 years.
Okay.
Take away its intellectual capital and the like. Right. So and in this case, Israel has done this before. This is not something that this is new. In 1981, they destroyed the Iraqi nuclear capability, a place called Asaruk. Took that reactor out. In 2007, they just took out the Syrian nuclear capability. They've been at this war with Iran for years. Stuxnet. In 2010, they put a worm inside their centrifuges.
Allegedly,
that way.
Allegedly, Mike.
Right. I know. Okay. Yeah. All right. Wink, wink.
Hey, Mike. Go ahead.
No, so this has been going on for a while, right. And that's what I'm saying. This was inevitable. It's just like we're going to play. How do you want to do this? And again, Israel was not going to the United Nations and putting charts, and they were not going to ask permission, and they were not going to write a letter of admonishment to somebody. They were just going to go. Right. I mean, that's what they were going to do.
Last one, Mike. We got about 30 seconds. How do the Iranian people feel about what's happening? What are their views? They don't like their government, right? Well, how do they feel about Israel and the Jews?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would say, there's all different views on that about how they feel about their government. I just don't think it's good for us to project regime change because that never works out. The next regime could be worse than this one. Let's stick to the goals of taking their military capability, getting rid of it, and then moving this nuclear capability down the road. Right. I think that would be good enough. And whatever happens to Iran, we're not going to go. Unlike Colin Powell said, if we break it, we buy it. We're not doing that.
I don't want to buy it.
Who cares what happens?
I don't want any part of it. Mike Lyons. Exactly. By the way, stay near your phone, please. I have a feeling we might be talking to you again very, very, very soon.
Thanks, Mike.
We appreciate your time today. Thank you. Thanks for having me. That's retired Army Major and military analyst Mike Lyons. He's just as sharp as they come. As sharp as they come.
Yeah, it's super interesting.
Amazing. And learn something every single time. And obviously, we're going to be paying attention to it and see what happens this weekend as well. This Sunday, it's Father's Day. What's the most dad thing you've ever done? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, at Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves a smile that they can be proud of. Maybe you or a family member or somebody that you know, they're not proud of the way that they look because of their missing teeth, their broken teeth. So what do you do if this is you? What do you do if it's a family member or a friend? You tell them about Aria Dental Implant Center. You tell them that Aria is a local company and you're going to get the best price there. Absolutely. There's no question about it. They're a local company. They want to make sure that you come in and are happy with what they're going to do, and they love passing down savings to their patients. And in most cases, you become a patient, you receive your final, a customized smile, if you will, 5 days after surgery. Amazing. It's spelled ARIA, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The sole survivor of that plane crash in India speaks and shares how he made it out. ABC Chief International Correspondent James Longman reports from the crash site in India.
Bishwash Ramesh, the sole survivor, was in seat 11A of the emergency exit row. He told Indian state media he thought he'd died.
Emergency door is broken. Yeah. My seat is broken. Yeah. Then I see the pace a little bit. Then I will try to come out.
But when he opened his eyes, he unbuckled his seatbelt and started crawling.
I'm not jumping. Okay. I just walk out, innit?
Squeezing out as he watched others die around him.
Unfortunately, the other 241 people on board, including his brother, were killed. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic beginning to lighten up just a little bit on the westbound 10 and on the 17 between Bethany Home Road and the Stack. There is a crash to look out for. This is involving a pedestrian at 16th Street in Thomas. In Fountain Hills, the State Route 87 has reopened up, but it is still restricted at both directions at milepost 234 in the West Valley. The northbound lanes of the Loop 303 are closed near Lone Mountain Parkway due to an earlier wreck. Traffic is exiting at Jomax. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. It's 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? They could be dining and mingling with new friends at Beatitudes campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thank you very much. All right. Hey, a quick reminder. We're outspoken against hunger. Don't forget. St. Mary's Food Bank needs our help. You can text the word food to 620-620. That's food to 620-620. Every dollar you donate provides 5 meals for Arizona kids this summer. All right? There you go.
We're not going to be doing it for long, so get that donation in.
Yeah, it's a goal forever. We need to stock up. I mean, we need to help them because the need is there right now.
Lines are packed.
Happy Father's Day early to everybody out there.
Happy Father's Day, everybody.
So it comes Sunday is Father's Day. Gatos.
Yeah.
I know you've talked before about how you came into the kids' lives.
In high school.
But I still want to know, what's the most dad thing you've ever done? What's the most dad thing you've done?
Well, I love being a stepdad.
Okay.
And I think being a stepdad, you have to know your role.
Okay.
Okay. Because when you get 2 teenage kids, you have to know their dad is a good dad. And I don't have
it was a big part of their life.
I don't have to take that job because he's still doing
That's his job.
So what can I do as a stepdad just to bless them? So, and it's one of the best things. I'm going to get a dinner tonight. Our son lives in Dallas, but our daughter is here, and she's taking me out, which I always get chills when I say that because I never thought I was going to get like a Father's Day dinner. I just never did.
That's really cool. But I can tell it's important to you.
If you ask me what's the most dad thing I've ever done, the first thing that comes to my mind is, so I'm dating my soon to be wife.
Okay.
And our daughter is in high school, and she's been in great spirits because she has a new boyfriend. And the great spirits lasted about 2 weeks. And I went over one night, and I see her lying on the couch. And I asked, I said, what? You could tell what's going on. She got broken up with over text.
Ouch.
I don't know. I guess high school kids can do that. And so I asked my soon-to-be wife, I said, has she moved? No. She's been there for hours. Has she eaten anything? No. And I'm like, well, this is a bunch of BS. Let's do something fun. And it was tough. It's tough to see a young girl go through that. And it was her first boyfriend and all that stuff. So I remember going to the couch and asking her to sit up, and I said, hey, let's go do something fun. What do you want to do? I think it was the middle of the week. What do you want to do Friday night? Anything you want to do. Let's kind of turn this around. I don't want you sitting on the couch and you're not eating dinner. Pick a place to go to dinner. Bring a girlfriend or whatever. And I did that because she had mentioned, that downtown Phoenix restaurant that rotates. It's Compass Room.
It's up on top of the hotel, right?
Yeah, she was talking about that a few weeks ago, and I was just like, where do you want to go? And she goes, well, I don't know. I said, what about the Compass Room? You said you've always wanted to go there. And she's like, that would be fun. And I said, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make reservations. Your mom and I are going to sit on one end because I know you don't want us there. You pick somebody to go with.
Yeah.
You go on the other end. We'll go Friday night. I'll make the reservations, and let's put some joy out there for you. And so I met him down there after the show, and I had flowers for everybody.
Look at you.
And I said, make sure you dress up. So I had flowers for everybody, and we went up, and it's such a cool place. And, they took their seats, and she's smiling, which makes me, just thrilled. And, my soon-to-be wife is like, this guy's not terrible in the moment, I mean, yeah, you got to learn how to do something like that. And I remember getting a text from our daughter, and she goes, because the menus had come out, she goes, like, what can I order? I said, anything you want. She goes, I can order anything I want? I said, I don't care how much it costs.
I've seen this right
You
here.
order whatever
Anything I want?
You order whatever you want. So she goes, steak with a question mark? And it's just, it's stuff like that. And parents do this, and grandparents do this.
Made you feel
hey,
a big part of the life.
I'm gonna try and be a good stepdad. And so I think that's one of the most dad things I've ever done.
That's way cool.
It was very. I have my moments. Not many. Not a lot.
I'm sure you have
but I
plenty.
have my moments,
You
and it
have
put
plenty.
a smile on her face, and it made her forget about the text that came from a boy.
Some
and
crappy guy.
Nah, good kid. Good kid. It happens, right? It happens. But I just wanted to put a smile on her face, and that was my idea, and it was great. It was cool. So, you asked me, what's the most dad thing you've ever done?
Yeah, I don't have a dad thing.
Well, that's okay. And by the way, you're around a ton of kids.
Yeah.
Cancer.
I work
kids
with a
with
lot
cancer.
of children's charities.
So, you're a dad in a different way. I always say.
Uncle, we call it. Yeah.
That's fine. Later in the show, I'm going to ask you, since you asked me this, later in the show, I'm going to ask you, what's the best lesson your dad ever taught you? Because you talk about your dad.
I do. Jose.
Yeah.
His name is Joe. We called him Jose.
Right. And, even yesterday you mentioned when you go to the grave to see him, you put a little bottle of Tabasco on it because
that was his thing.
Loved Tabasco.
Right. Listen, there's nobody that loved it more.
Right.
I assure you.
So I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you later in the show, what's the best lesson he ever taught you? How's that?
Outstanding.
All right, let's do it. And happy Father's Day,
Happy
everybody.
Father's Day to
absolutely.
all the dads ahead of time.
All the dads, all the stepdads, absolutely.
Are you as excited as Gatos for Trump's big military parade tomorrow? We'll measure your level of excitement. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Put Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead in your summer road trip playlist.
We've had Jerry Colangelo, the late Al McCoy, former Governor Ducey, former Governor Brewer, former Senator John Kyle. So there have been political people in there, but their stories and personal stories of success have been amazing.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Anywhere really that you download podcasts, you can find the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Hey, if you're waiting to the last minute, welcome. You're here. Tomorrow, that's right, tomorrow, I got a screening of Retirement on the Brink. My friends at Trajan Wealth put together an amazing documentary that I had the honor of being a part of. And it tells a lot of the stories about retirement that, maybe the industry doesn't tell you. And I got tickets for you. All right? Come and join me. I'll be there. We're going to be out in Mesa tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Be at the Mesa AMC Theaters. Go to retirementonthebrink.com. Retirementonthebrink.com. And you can join me. We'll learn together. We'll find out the do's and the don'ts of anyone approaching retirement from real people, your friends and your neighbors. Go to retirementonthebrink.com and sign up now. I'll see you tomorrow. All right? Hey, advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
Hey, if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they've won $500,000 in an auto accident, $745,000 for a trucking accident, and $4.5 million for a hurt in a slip and fall. Sweet James delivers these kinds of wins regularly. They can't guarantee the outcome of your case, but you should have Sweet James on your side. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Pay nothing until they win. 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
KTAR News now.
It is 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Israeli Defense Forces have identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israel in apparent retaliation for Israel's attack on Iranian military and nuclear facilities and officials overnight. Israel's emergency services says at least 21 people have been injured. In a video message, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addresses the Iranian people, saying Israel's attack targeted the oppressive Iranian regime.
We've taken out top military commanders, senior nuclear scientists, the Islamic regime's most significant enrichment facility, and a large portion of its ballistic missile arsenal. More is on the way.
The Israel-Iran conflict will most likely have you paying more for a tank of gas. Oil prices up about 5% over the last day. Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says while the situation is fluid, you should expect to pay about 10 to 20 cents more a gallon over the next week or two. Tonight, police are prepping for the No Kings protests. Scheduled for the same day, President Trump will host a military parade in the nation's capital. ABC's chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman.
From coast to coast, police are gearing up for 1,800 so-called No Kings protests against the president this weekend, in response to his military parade. And a legal victory for President Trump, at least for now, an appeals court delaying an order from a federal judge to return control of California's National Guard back to Governor Gavin Newsom.
Now, Arizona's top leaders are warning anyone who plans to protest tomorrow to do it peacefully.
Today, Governor Katie Hobbs urging Arizonans to protest peacefully in a statement saying the right does not extend to violence, property damage, or rioting. She says local law enforcement is prepared to respond as needed. Tomorrow, there's plans for a national No Kings Day protest, including in Valley cities, from Surprise down to Chandler. It's unclear how large these gatherings may be, but KTAR will be following along to keep you informed. In warning protesters to stay peaceful, Governor Hobbs is joined by Director of Arizona DPS Jeffrey Glover and AG Chris Mays, who shared similar statements. Mays emphasizing those who who break the law or incite violence will be, quote, held accountable. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Let's get a check on the road home tonight. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Good news for West Valley drivers. The Loop 303 northbound has now reopened. That was closed for quite a while due to an earlier crash. And in Fountain Hills, also reopened State Route 87. It is restricted still, however, in both directions at milepost 234. In Phoenix, we've got a crash at Central and South Mountain Avenue and another crash involving a pedestrian at 16th Street and Thomas. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
81 overnight, and then tomorrow a 110-degree day and a 114-degree day is expected on Sunday, which is Father's Day. It's 102 in Cave Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Board of Supervisors versus Recorder. Ding, ding, ding. The fight is on in Maricopa County over who gets to make election decisions. We'll figure out who's got the power Monday at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
All right. By the way, thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Happy Friday. Hope you're having an awesome day. Hope you, again, wishing the dads a happy Father's Day ahead of time. Tomorrow, though, Gatos, I'm assuming you've got most of the day blocked off. There's prep work, I'm going to assume, that goes into something, right?
Oh, yeah.
As you are getting ready for Trump's big, beautiful parade.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Wow, there you go. Wait a minute.
I don't think this music is what you think.
It sounds familiar, but I can't put my finger on it.
Bruce, a little bouncier version.
Bruce,
yes.
I've had our crack staff put some fun facts together about what I think is a great event. I want to highlight some of the great things that are going to happen during this event. And so I didn't have time to do it today, so I had our crack staff do it, okay? All right, here we go. This is kind of a look at the military parade by the numbers. All right.
Big, beautiful military parade.
I don't know if they're actually calling it that. Is that what they're calling everything?
No, they're
now?
missing out on the branding.
Okay. All right. Here are some of the great fun facts about this event. I can't wait. Here's a number. 4. That's the potential number of days some D.C. streets will be closed due to the military parade.
Okay.
It's not necessarily the number that I was looking for.
Well,
I mean, that's...
D.C.'s already a nightmare to drive around.
That, to me, doesn't seem like a highlight. I hope that you guys didn't get the homework assignment wrong. All right, let's see what else they put together. All right. 116.
116.
Yeah. We're looking at the military parade by the numbers. Fantastic highlights. 116.
What's 116?
It is the approximate number of flights that will be affected during the peak of the celebration.
Oh, because you can't fly out of Reagan Airport because it's right across the river. Yeah.
Those aren't the high. That's not the.
These aren't the numbers you were looking for?
This is not.
Sorry.
Are these the droids you're looking for? Let's try this again.
Okay. Come up with some better numbers.
All right. Here's a look at the military parade by the numbers that our crack staff has put together. Some fun facts.
Got it.
69.
What's that?
$69.
What?
It is the amount of money per day each soldier participating in the parade will receive to cover incidentals. That doesn't.
It's like a per diem they get? Oh, wow.
That's kind of low. All right, let's try another one. 40 million.
Whoa.
That must be the number of people that are going to watch this like me. It's apparently not.
No, that's not what it is.
It is the estimated price of the military parade in tax dollars, including The price to repair streets.
Yeah, because the tanks
after the parade
destroy the streets.
All right. Maybe I should have done this assignment myself.
I got a number for you. Ready?
Okay, give me a good number. Let's highlight. I'm looking
I don't
forward
think
to
this is on your list.
Oh, okay, good. Here we go.
53.
53.
53. That's the percentage chance of thunderstorms tomorrow night in Washington, D.C.
They could cancel it?
No.
It'll be rained out?
By the way, there's currently a flash flood warning in Washington, D.C. right now. It's pouring.
Well,
God's tears. That's all it is.
May I say something?
Please.
That's not the exact segment that I had planned.
Really?
For this.
Didn't go the way you thought it was going to go?
No, because I'm super excited.
Yeah, I can tell.
I am. I'm super excited.
You blocked off your Saturday night.
Right.
Will you be dressed special to watch the parade?
No, I'm not silly.
Oh, okay. All right. There's a limit.
Sources say mounted rocket launchers will be on display.
Love it. Now, see, that's good. What's the number for that?
Along with 6,000 soldiers and a 50 aircraft flyover.
50 aircraft flyover. Fantastic.
Kim Jong-un is going to be very, very jealous.
Right. You know what? I don't want to.
He's going to be jealous.
You know what? I tried to enjoy this, and you have you have thrown, what is it? Thrown water on my parade? Is it rained on my parade? What's the thing that you say?
It's going to rain on the parade. Don't you dare worry. It's already going to rain on the parade.
You rained on my parade.
Yeah.
I don't want to play anymore.
You don't want to play?
I thought this is a great thing.
You were doing so well there.
250 years of the U.S. Army is being celebrated.
That's something worth celebrating.
And you know what? You've poo-pooed it all.
Yeah. But I'm just excited we've brought ourselves down to the level of third world dictators.
I don't think that's the case. I'm looking forward to it. It's a fun day in America tomorrow. It's a wonderful day.
Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for you. And then coming up next, we're going to tell you why the number 987 is important and how it could help thousands of kids. It's coming up next for Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, at Red Mountain Weight Loss, guys, guess what? You could get real testosterone prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain. A lot of men suffer from low T. They've got stress, poor diet, lifestyle. It's a health issue, and it's very fixable. So all you have to do is go into Red Mountain. Maybe you've been feeling tired or sluggish. Maybe you're losing mental focus at times. You know, maybe you're having trouble in the bedroom. All right. Well, if that's the case, probably low T. There's a solution. It's very simple. Prescription strength testosterone. Okay? Go to redmountainweightloss.com. Check them out. This is a game changer. You can increase your testosterone. Men do this all the time. It'll give you more energy, build muscle mass, help you sleep better. Go to the trusted leader in health solutions for men and women. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber or an AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 five-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover PlumSmart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, But now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 5:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Iran was dealt a severe blow when Israel struck Tehran in a targeted attack. ABC Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz explains that several top leaders were taken out.
At least 7 killed in a remarkable operation that took out all these leaders in a matter of minutes, according to a source telling ABC that some were killed with drones targeting their homes, some with pre-planted explosives, and some, quote, by other means. The source saying Iranians are trying to replace the leaders, but are in a total panic and struggling.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. A crash in Phoenix at Central and South Mountain Avenue. And good news for West Valley drivers. The Loop 303 has reopened. Northbound had been closed earlier due to a pretty serious wreck. But the driver is going to be okay. And in Fountain Hills, State Route 87 also reopened, restricted in both directions, though, so allow a little extra time because milepost 234, you got a little bit of restriction there. That's it for traffic right now on Valley Roads. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, let's talk about the hard water in your house. It's silently ruining a lot, your clothes, your pipes, your fixtures. So call Connecticut. Do what I did almost 20 years ago. Call Connecticut. Have them come out for free to your home where they will test your water, where they will kind of check the pipes, all right, and your plumbing. And what they'll do is they'll discuss a water system that is the best one on the planet. When you look at your appliances and your fixtures, there's white film over everything. Connecticut gets rid of that. My goodness, you could have drinking water at the tap instead of ever messing around with bottled water. It's overpriced. And it's not fun to lug from the supermarket to your trunk, from then you home, you go to your trunk, and then into the house. It's just, and it's 115 degrees, not fun. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. You can visit them at aquazona.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
We'll have the latest on the battle between Israel and Iran on the next Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
We're outspoken against hunger this summer. Telling you guys stories, sharing with you the reasons why we think it's important to donate to St. Mary's Food Bank this summer. Hopefully you've heard us mention at this point that summertime is uniquely challenging for kids dealing with hunger. Mm-hmm. Because kids who would have normally received a nutritious breakfast and lunch at school are now doing without. They're in a home where the pantries are bare, or like we hear so many, the food stamps only go so far, and you get to the last week of the month, and there's nothing in the refrigerator. We want to do something about that. We want to help that, and we don't want kids to go hungry through absolutely no fault of their own.
All right. So I want you to hear this story from Jerry Brown, Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. You're going to want to text the word food to 620-620. We need $1,000 in the next 5-6 minutes. And remember, it's going to be doubled thanks to our friend at Axon, the president, Josh Isner. He's going to match up to $50,000. Listen to how St. Mary's absolutely knows how to put a smile on a kid's face. Here's Jerry.
I was out walking in between the cars, and a little kid popped his head out of the window, out of the back seat of the car. And I said, "How's it going, man?" And he goes, "I'm 7 tomorrow." And I said, "You're 7? Fantastic. That's awesome. Happy birthday. What kind of cake are you going to have?" And the words were out of my mouth before, like, you want to just grab them out of the air and shove them back into your mouth.
Yeah.
Right? Because what 7-year-old doesn't have a birthday cake?
Right.
That 7-year-old
Right?
doesn't have a birthday cake.
And I could see Mom in the front seat. Mom was in the front seat. He was in the back. And she was shaking her head no. Like don't bring them cake. Yeah. There's no cake. So, you get that heat in your body. You just said something you weren't supposed to say. So they were about 3/4 of the way up the line. They have about 8 or 9 minutes. So Jerry's got 8-9 minutes. What are you going to do here? When we use donated food from grocery stores, sometimes we get bakery items, and we're able to add donuts, bread, to all of the other meats and all the other things that we do. And I ran back to the cooler, and there were 2 white blank sheet cakes, about square. Just they were small, but I grabbed both of them.
It's cake.
I grabbed both of them.
It's cake.
And I waited for them to come to the front of the line. And when the volunteers were filling the car with food, I just slid the sheet cakes into the back of the car.
Gosh.
Okay. I didn't tell him. I didn't tell Mom. But I knew that when I shut the door that there was going to be a birthday cake tomorrow.
He got to blow candles out. He got to blow candles out.
This is America. Who doesn't get a birthday cake when they're 7?
Right.
And that's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we try to do. What makes you want to get up and do this every day?
That's it.
7-year-old's birthday.
Man.
That's what it's about.
He got to blow out the candles on his birthday.
Right.
Yeah. It's a great story from...
It's outstanding.
From Jerry Brown. It's also a sad story, because without St. Mary's, he didn't get a birthday cake.
Well, I would put it this way, too.
And he probably didn't eat dinner either. That's the thing.
They can't give every kid a birthday cake.
No.
They don't know about every kid's birthday. They don't have the ability to do that. So there's kids that are sadly going without birthday cake on their birthdays. And like you said, some of them might be going without dinner. You can do something about that, and you can do it right now. Text us at 620-620. So in the subject, the two, it's just the number, 620-620. And all you do is text the word food. That's it. Just text food. We're going to bounce you back a link. And you can donate directly to St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yeah, we need $1,000 by the end of the hour.
No pressure, Team
That's
5 o'clock.
How we're going to keep up with our goal, and we need to hit certain goals. And so by the end of this hour, about 8 minutes, we need to hit the 1,000 mark. So earlier today, I hit the Broomhead show twice.
Yeah.
Broomhead was awesome. Let me on his show twice. Raised thousands of dollars. You went on the Chris and Joe show.
Yes.
Raised thousands of dollars.
We're
going to do the same thing here. And yeah, thanks, guys. We're going to hit up Sharp because he owes me. And LaDonna, she doesn't owe me anything, but Sharp owes me because I haven't said a word about him. That was nasty all
weeks.
Week. Yeah. So we're going to hit them up. We haven't forgotten about that.
While you were on vacation, you didn't talk bad about him once.
I didn't. And I tease. I love Jim. But text the word food to 620-620. We've got families that are in line right now, and some of them are sleeping in their car because they don't have a place to go.
I'm not saying this is the reason. I just want to throw this out there.
Throw it out.
That Arizona has a tax credit, a charitable tax credit. You get a $1 for $1 rebate. For married couples, It's $987. You can donate $987, and you will get it all back on your taxes.
Dollar for dollar.
Dollar for dollar tax credit here in the state of Arizona. Right. So it's 500 and something for individuals. I'm sorry that I don't have it's numbers. Come on, I can't remember that individual number.
$495.
$495 for an individual. $987 for. Why didn't they just round up?
I don't know.
But I'm not saying that's the reason to do it.
Right.
But if you were like, well, just trying to push you over the edge there.
The other reason is Axon President Josh Isner said,
guys, I'm happy to match donations up to $50,000.
Oh, my Lanta.
For this effort.
$50,000.
Go raise the money and we'll make it happen.
All right, let's make it happen. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's text the word food to 620-620. We need $1,000 in the next 6 minutes. Text the word food to 620-620. Let's give to the kids. Let's make sure that they don't go to bed hungry, okay?
Here. Checking the headlines. Becky Lynn's going to do that for you. And then on the other side, what price should employers pay for hiring people in the country illegally? We'll talk about that next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, one of the really smart things that you can do is call America Roofing and get a pre-storm inspection of your roof. Super important. I think I read somewhere that the monsoon's starting in like a couple weeks. Do you know when the monsoon starts, Bruce? Okay. Hey, it's any day. We know that it's certainly summer. It's going to be 114 this weekend. The monsoon will arrive quicker than we expect. Here's what I want you to do. Do what I did about a month ago. Get a pre-storm inspection of your roof by America Roofing. When you mention me, it is totally free. And they got up on the roof. They said, Gatos, your roof is healthy. We have a minor issue. We believe that this is very fixable. There's a spot where the water from storms comes in. It's not draining properly. And I said, fix it. I got the bill, very affordable. Here's what you don't want. A big bill after a leak. That's why you go to AmericaRoofingCo.com. That's why you call 602-960-ROOF and you hire America Roofing.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you get access to your home equity in cash, without monthly payments, to use for whatever you'd like. From paying off debt, to making renovations, or handling emergency expenses. Receive your funds in just a few weeks. Start pursuing your financial goals, and start getting more out of life. See if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility. Terms and conditions apply. That's HomeTap.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The heat is here, and your home should be your happy place. Rias makes sure your home stays cool, your energy bills stay low, and your family stays happy. Right now, Rias is offering our signature Refresh AC Maintenance, a $1,000 value for just $89.99. It helps your system run better, last longer, and avoid those sweaty midsummer breakdowns. With Rias, it's not just cooler, it's happier. Visit Rias.com/happy to schedule today.
Rias, call Rias, REEIS. You'll be happy to see us.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran was dealt a severe blow when Israel struck Tehran in a targeted attack. ABC Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz explained several top leaders were taken out.
At least 7 killed in a remarkable operation that took out all these leaders in a matter of minutes, according to a source telling ABC that some were killed with drones targeting their homes, some with pre-planted explosives, and some, quote, by other means. The source saying Iranians are trying to replace the leaders, but are in a total panic and struggling.
The war in Ukraine and now this war between Israel and Iran show how technology is shaping the future of combat.
We're now learning Israel's attack included drones that were staged inside of Iran and were used to target surface-to-air missile systems. ASU President's Professor of Technology and Ethics Brad Allenby believes war has changed forever and in a way that he says is scary to just about everyone.
The fundamental trend here is that for centuries, warfare has been physical. It's been kinetic. It's been tanks. It's been guns. But now we're moving into warfare that is being increasingly dominated by AI.
Allenby points to Ukraine's recent devastating attack on Russian bombers carried out by autonomous drones hidden inside of trucks. He says drones now account for 2/3 of weekly casualties in the war. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Thousands of police are in Washington for Saturday's events, the Army's 250th anniversary parade that coincides with President Trump's 79th birthday. Anti-scale fencing's been installed along the National Mall, and that's where we find ABC's Alex Prochet.
Tomorrow is going to be a full day of festivities, but ultimately it's going to culminate with this parade. It goes from the Lincoln Memorial on down to the White House. They're expecting some 200,000 spectators, according to the military, and because of that, security is going to be on tight alert.
Asked about the price tag for all of this, the White House hasn't put a number on the entirety of the day's festivities, but for the parade portion, it's estimated to cost between $25 and $45 million. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs telling Arizonans with plans to protest tomorrow to do it peacefully. She says Arizonans do have a right to make their voice heard, but not by destroying property nor rioting. There are plans for assembly tomorrow nationwide and in various valley cities known as the No King's Day protest, coinciding with the president's military parade. It's unclear how large these protests could be, but KTAR will be following along. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Dutch Bros is relocating its headquarters from Oregon to Arizona. The $1.2 billion company signed a 136,000 square foot lease in Tempe. President of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, Danny Seiden, tells KTAR the Valley's a great place to grow your business.
What Arizona offers, as opposed to some other states, is it is a broad-based, low regulatory state where, if you want to come here and you want to grow, you want to hire people, we take a lot of barriers down.
Seiden adds Arizona's in the top 5 states for corporate headquarter relocation. And continuing on the business news today on Wall Street, the Dow dropped 769 points, closing out the week at 42,197. S&P down 68 and the NASDAQ fell 255 points. If you need more money news, simply visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time now for a look at traffic. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Only one trouble spot right now, and that's around the mini stack at the 51 southbound, and some reopenings to report in the West Valley. Loop 303 northbound has reopened after an earlier crash, and in Fountain Hills, the SR 87 has reopened after an earlier brush fire. It is still a little bit restricted in both directions at milepost 234, so allow a little extra time there. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off or 1 year, same as cash. This month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
81 tonight for our low temp, and it's heating up for Father's Day. Tomorrow's high 110, 114 on Sunday, 113 on Monday. Right now in Paradise Valley, we're at 104 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the entire week.
Yes! A lot of people, including us, think this is the best hour of the day and of the week.
Hey, we were looking for $1,000 last hour.
Yes.
Outspoken against hunger. We are partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. The lines are long. A lot of little kids in those cars. We are trying to feed as many Arizonans as we possibly can.
How'd we do?
And we hit the $1,000 mark.
Yes!
Last hour. And we need to do it again this hour.
Well, how about, real quick, shout out to Team 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. So let's get the 1,000.
No pressure, Team 6 o'clock.
Let's get $1,000. It's going to go towards feeding children. We're outspoken against hunger, and all you have to do is text the word food to 620-620, and let's help out those kids. Let's help mom and dad, have less stress. How do you get less stress? You're able to feed your child. Text the word food to 620-620. $1,000 this hour. Let's do it, Bruce.
Copy that. And thanks in advance.
Thank you.
By the way.
Yes.
Thank you in advance for your donations. So we've seen immigration crackdowns at Home Depots, car washes, meat packing plants, farms, right, and fields.
Yeah, there's some video of a few illegal immigrants who work in a farm. They were running in the fields away from ICE.
Construction area, right? Everything. Well, I say when. According to Tom Homan, they are going to start targeting workplaces, the people who employ them.
That's interesting.
Going after the companies that employ the undocumented, the illegal, as well as those who are in the country illegally.
Yeah. I mean, I think, and I've said this before, we are wasting our time going to Home Depot and rounding up people there. That is silly. It is stupid. It's not making us any safer. And I'm glad that the president came around. Because yesterday he said, yeah, we're gonna stop doing that.
I don't think it's about making us safer, though.
Well, I mean, if you take what you're supposed to do is take the criminals out, the people who are here.
No, I don't disagree. That would make us safer, but that's not what they're doing.
I think they are doing it, but it's getting they are doing it. Unfortunately, we know that because Dr. Phil is the one that's in the truck, or we got the other lady. What's the other lady that dresses up and holds a gun the wrong way?
The dog killer.
Right. All that stuff is garbage. It's all theater.
Yeah.
We should get rid of the criminals. We should get rid of the worst of the worst. We're partly doing that. But also, like we went to a Home Depot and we got 5 people who just wanted a job.
But, okay, but here's the question. If Trump already flipped on, hotel workers and farm workers.
Right.
What workplaces are they going to target that will then scream bloody murder and they'll flip on that? Don't you think they'll back off? And how do you go after the employer, especially if the system to verify people doesn't seem to work?
Yeah, E-Verify is not a great system. It's
easily fooled or foiled.
You can be here illegally and grab somebody's Social Security number, and then the employer will run it through this E-Verify and it'll pass.
And I'll tell you something. And this is in talking to some of my friends who work in some industries where possibly these people are like this. Listen, they know that some of these people are probably not here legally.
Right.
But if they can pass E-Verify, hey, I did my part.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
It's not their job. They're like, it's not my job. All right. All I have to do is cover my own butt.
Right. I think the restaurants, the hotel industry, could be off limits. Certainly, meat packing places like the one in Nebraska that got raided.
Well, we talked about farm workers,
right.
People picking crops and whatnot.
If you're going to go after all of those people, you have to be ready to replace all of those people.
With 4% unemployment.
And who is going to do that job?
And no American will do something.
Not a single one.
At any price.
That's
at
the thing.
any
Right.
price.
Right. So we have to be smart about it. There's got to be some common sense about it. Trump can talk tough all he wants. And, part of the reason he's talking tough is because Biden was so bad. He let everybody in. Millions and millions of people. Okay. But you can't get rid of everybody, right? You know that it'll hurt the economy if you start getting rid of anybody.
Don't tell them that.
Well, I'm just saying, I like that the president at least has changed his mind on this.
But
somebody got to him and
I
said,
don't believe
that
they're going to go after workplaces. I don't think they're going to go after business owners. I don't buy it.
I almost think that they're putting it out there just to reiterate, make sure that you're not hiring people who are here illegally.
Or just make sure you can show you ran them through E-Verify, right?
Yeah. We should get rid of the
anybody
people.
with a fake Social Security number or whatever can I'm exaggerating, but can get past the system.
We should get rid of the bad people who are here and are, trying to destroy our country or they're, whatever. And, I've said it too. Some of the people that came in over the last 4 years, we should deport.
Unless they're working in the farms,
Well,
unless they're working in hotels.
But there have been people
I
that have
can't
worked
figure out where the line is.
I think the line is like if you came in over the last 3.5 years under Joe Biden, we can probably deport you. If you're here and you've been here 10 years and you now own a house and you're paying taxes and you don't have a criminal record, okay.
So what should we do for them?
I say they stay.
How do they stay here?
That's a great question.
Because I wasn't trying to I'm not being smart.
I'm not saying that. I really do believe that's a great question because are you going to do what Ronald Reagan did and hey, here's the magic wand, 1 million people. I don't think Trump is going to do that.
Well, it's more than 1 million, obviously.
No, when Reagan did it,
I'm
was
saying,
1 million.
But currently there's much more than 1 million.
Do you really see Donald Trump saying, let's make everybody here legal? I don't think so.
I would only enjoy it, not because I think, because I don't have a problem with it and I think it's the right thing to do, but just to watch people's heads explode. I would enjoy it.
Some it would, but you've got to you asked about the line. Where is the line?
Where is it?
Well, we've moved the goalposts again. We've moved the line. Okay, let's not go after people at Home Depot. Good. Let's not go after the guy at the car wash. That's kind of silly, unless he's got a record.
No, criminals,
right? Get him out.
No one's arguing.
Right. If
to keep criminals.
Yeah.
Nobody. I haven't heard one person make the argument.
If you came in under the Biden administration, you're here illegally. I think that you should go too. I think that's my line.
Okay.
But I think if you have kids here. And you've been here 10 years, and you're paying taxes, you should be here. And you ask, okay, how? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we give them, some sort of status, so it doesn't. You don't have to make everybody a citizen. We don't have to do that.
I certainly agree with that.
Yeah, we don't have to do that.
And by the way, I don't think a lot of them necessarily want to be American citizens.
I agree.
I don't think that's their dream or their goal. Some of them it is.
Right.
And I'm not trying to take that away from them. I think others just want to work.
And that's fine.
And by the way, they want to build and they want to help and they want to contribute to American and our economy. I want more of those people, not less.
Yeah.
I want more of them.
I like that Trump has, I wouldn't say it's a 180. I mean, but that's fine with me.
Okay, how many degrees? If it's not 180, how many is it? 170?
Yeah. Because, again, I don't know if he's going to change his mind. He changes his mind a lot.
We're going to kick them all out.
Right.
We're kicking them all out.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
And he knows it. And now he's come out and said it. And I think that's good. I think that somebody got to him, changed. I don't care who it is, changed his mind.
It was the industries that said you're going to kill us.
Good.
And the restaurant industry and the hotel industry and the farm workers and guess what? Every other industry out there can make the same argument.
But people dump on Trump that he doesn't listen to anybody. Well, he listened. And I think that's a good thing. He doesn't always do that.
No, I would never say that. He does listen. It's just he listens to the last person that talked to him. And when the next person talks to him, he just changes his mind again.
I don't think it's always like that. I am hopeful that this is where he stands on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Restaurants, hotels, farms. We need them.
Construction.
We need them. Absolutely, we need them.
If you want prices of houses to get affordable or apartments, you damn well better not kick them all out.
And Americans will stand behind you if that's what you do. I think a lot of people looked at what happened in L.A. and said, "Wow, this started at a Home Depot. What a waste that is." That was me. Stupid. Doesn't make us more safe. It's dumb.
It did nothing.
It's dumb.
Yeah,
it filled.
They're
the
not
quota.
terrorists. They're not. Yeah, they're not rapists and murderers.
No,
they're guys that paint your shed.
They
on
wanted
the
a
weekend
job.
Or wash cars. All right, checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. And then up next, the Stream Team. What we're watching, what you should watch, or maybe what you can avoid. It's coming up. We're Outspoken here on KTAR.
If there's one thing we know about dads, it's that they're not easy to shop for. Enter Kohl's. They've got everything from Nike golf gear to his favorite Levi's jeans. And you can save 20% on other finds like Flex Athleisure and Izod workwear. So if you're not sure what to get Dad for Father's Day, you know where to go. Shop Kohl's now. Select styles. Offer ends June 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Nike and Levi's. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The United Nations nuclear watchdog chief, Rafael Grossi, says one of Israel's strikes on Iran targeted the above-ground Natanz nuclear enrichment plant, which he says has been destroyed. Grossi says electricity infrastructure at Natanz was also destroyed, and the loss of power may have damaged centrifuges there.
The level of radioactivity outside the Natanz site has remained unchanged and at normal levels, indicating no external radiological impact.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking your road home tonight. Let's get you there with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Valley Freeway is beginning to lighten up, and in the West Valley, the Loop 303 has reopened. It had been closed earlier due to a wrong-way wreck. And in Fountain Hills, also a nice reopening on the 87, but still slightly restricted in both directions at milepost 234, so allow a little bit of extra time there. That's your traffic for right now. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Oh, and it's time for the Stream Team, brought to you by Life Changer Loans. It's not magic, it's just math. All right, you ready? So I'm watching something. I'm almost done with season 1.
Okay.
This was not my decision. I didn't ask for this. It was assigned to me.
Okay.
By our super producer, Jules.
Okay.
I had no say in this.
She's smirking in there.
What
did you make him watch, Julia?
Guilted into watching on Disney Plus, Andor.
Cassian Andor. The Empire is choking us so slowly. We're starting not to notice. What I'm asking is this. Wouldn't you rather give it all to something real?
That sounds like Batman.
This is not a documentary, I take
It is not a documentary. Well, it is. Might be for some people that really believe in Star Wars. So the Star Wars series, Empire, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
This is the very beginning. This is before any of the movies. Because remember, the movies came out, they weren't in order, right?
Right.
It don't even get me started.
Before
on it.
like Anakin?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So this is
But is it before Obi-Wan?
It is.
Is it before Yoda?
Oh, God. No, it's not before.
No.
Why are
Yoda's
you
like
doing
that.
this?
Okay, all right.
So here's the good thing about this, if you want to say it. If you know nothing about Star Wars, if you don't know your lightsaber from an Ewok, okay?
If we don't know what the Federation was
You
ever
don't know.
fighting about.
You could start watching Andor, and you will learn what this all is. It is the genesis, the beginning of the entire conflict that became the Star Wars series, might be a good way to put it.
I think we need this.
Okay, so it's called Andor. I'm almost done with season 1.
Okay.
Every day, she sends me texts. What episode are you on? Have you gotten to this? Are you okay? So Jules is all over me. So there's two seasons now. I believe there's 10 episodes or 12 per season. 12. Okay, she knows exactly what it is. Okay, so the acting is phenomenal in it. It's got top tier A-list actors in it, and I like that.
Does it have droids?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, funny, cute ones. I'm gonna. Can I be a little critical though? I'm gonna be critical. So if you're used to the Star Wars, like I think of like the original Star Wars, you think about those movies. I wouldn't put this on the same level. And that, like, George Lucas isn't directing these. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
It's told more like a TV series and less like a movie, I guess. And that might be good for some and bad for others. Each episode is about 40, 45 minutes long, roughly kind of like, TV length, if you will. Mm-hmm. But it's certainly interesting. She sucked me into it. And now I'll finish it this weekend.
Is Darth Vader in it?
Okay, slow down.
All right, sorry.
You're way in the future.
I know, but Darth Vader is awesome.
Yeah. In honor of that today, by the way, I am wearing my dark side watch. I did wear a watch today that honors the dark side. So I am. That's the Empire's logo.
Oh, if they were to ask you, are you a Jedi or on the dark side?
Oh,
I want to be on the dark side.
I'm definitely. I want to.
dark side?
Darth and
What
I.
am I? I'm a Sith,
BFF.
right? I'm a Sith.
Sith Lord. Yeah. So it's called Andor. Season 2 just kind of came out on Disney. Obviously, start with season 1, and you'll learn this entire story, and it leads you into. So what I'm going to do, Jules, is once I finish the series, I'm going to start with Rogue One.
No. Well, yes.
Oh,
because that is technically the beginning of the movie series, even though it's not the way. And then I'll be able to go through and maybe I'll understand it a little better.
I'm so
You
confused
can watch
already.
when you finish season 2, you can turn on Rogue One immediately, and then you can turn on A New Hope immediately. They all directly lead into each other.
Got to start from the beginning.
Oh, my land.
All right. It's the stream team.
There you go. Andor.
Season 1, Disney Plus. I've got to get a code for that. Who's got...
I know nothing.
Well, obviously, Bruce does.
Obviously,
I'm going to need
I
a code.
Yeah.
All right.
It's part of my Hulu package.
What you should and shouldn't be streaming
What
this
are you
weekend.
watching?
Well, unfortunately, I can't watch television in my home anymore.
What do you mean?
So we're going through a bit of a remodel.
Okay.
Oh, I saw something about that.
I know.
Oh, yeah. The Gatos Bride has been documenting
It's a bit of a mess.
construction work.
So the TV has a bed sheet over it.
Oh,
so I'm just gonna review the last thing that it's been like a week. I've been going through withdrawal. The last thing that I watched.
Okay, fair enough.
Is what I'm going to review.
All right.
here.
It's not. I thought you were going to give me a review of just staring out the window of your house.
No. So
Okay.
before they started tearing stuff up.
Yeah. What'd you get to?
I'm going to review Love It or List It.
Oh my gosh, you've been watching HGTV?
Yeah, like before you do
I don't get that channel.
Before you do a remodel, you want to go see what like Hillary and David have to say.
I actually like that show a
right?
lot. Yeah.
Right? It's on HGTV. So the premise of the show is Hillary's the designer, David is the real estate agent, and they go to a couple's home. One wants to move, the other wants to stay. And they tear up the whole house. So we're like, why don't we watch this? Because this is what's going to happen to us.
I was going to say, were you watching it to get a sense of here's where we're headed?
But remember, at the same time, they're out looking at new houses too.
That's right.
Which would you rather do? Live in your old house or live in your new house? Okay.
Here's my clip.
When Sonia and Dave found this 2,100 square foot
This is so awesome. This is exactly how it sounds every
When
episode.
Sonia and Dave found this 2,100 square foot beautifully situated mid-century modern house, their connection to it was instantaneous.
We realized that it backed up to a creek.
I thought we had found the perfect house for us. It was great.
It was.
But when they start opening up walls, they find stuff, and they're like, what's your budget for redoing the house? It's $25,000.
Yeah.
All right. That's not even going to buy a can of paint.
Okay. I don't know if I should tell you this because, I know I have lots of friends that work in reality TV.
Yeah.
You know the show's fake.
No, it's not.
Oh, for God's sake.
How dare you?
Oh, for God's sakes.
I can always tell.
It is completely scripted.
If they're going to love it and stay or list it and move.
Yeah, it's scripted.
Whatever mama wants.
You know how you can tell when
the
a reality...
wife will always say what she wants, and the husband goes right along with it, no matter what it is.
You can always tell when the reality TV shows are fake when you watch the credits and it has writers. Really? What are you writing? What are you writing?
Well, you got to write the opening script for Hillary and David. They do the little talk back in the car on their way to a house.
I hate to break it to you.
All right.
Hate to break it to you.
So, I don't know. I couldn't watch anything.
Couldn't watch real TV.
No. So
Will you have any for next? When are you getting the TV back?
It's not happening this weekend.
It's not happening this weekend. All right, stream team. Well, then maybe you do want to watch Andor, or you could watch Love It or List It and live vicariously through Gatos' house getting torn up.
Good Lord. Have
All right,
mercy.
checking the headlines on the way. We had a chance to talk to Mike Lyons. He is our military analyst. He's amazing, a retired Army major. We want to play you a little bit of what he had to say about the Israel-Iran war that's going on as we speak and update you on the latest. It's coming up. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
There's not been a better time. There's no better time than right now to call the Lund Mortgage team. And I'll tell you why. Lund Mortgage, they've been in business for over 30 years. They're going to help you get into the home of your dreams. More homes are on the market right now than ever, than in a long time. We're talking, 18,000 homes sitting vacant? You could buy one of those homes. You're the buyer. You have more choices now. We've got sellers that are moving out because they're buying another home, likely a new build. So home prices have actually started to drop. How great is that for you? Don't play the waiting game or you're going to miss out. I'll repeat that. Don't play the waiting game or you're going to miss out. Once it turns, there's going to be more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market again. So take advantage of seller concessions and don't be obsessed with the interest rates. Let the Lund Mortgage team worry about that for you, okay? 623-875-9940. 623-875-9940. Call the Lund Mortgage team.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here with a lot of reasons for you to choose Gleason Roofing. Gleason Roofing's a GAF Master Elite Contractor. That's an award only 2% of roofing companies in the U.S. ever get. And it means they're committed to the highest standards in quality, service, and installation. Gleason Roofing's family owned. They've been serving the Valley for over 25 years. And Gleason Roofing has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And Gleason did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. And Gleason Roofing cleaned up after themselves. If you're trying to decide which roofing company to go with, I'd choose Gleason. In fact, I already did, and I'd do it again. Or if you're trying to decide if you even need a roofer, visit GleasonRoofing.com and schedule your no-obligation roof audit today. Gleason Roofing, trusted by homeowners across Arizona, including me. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
What if you could use your home equity to pay off your debt without monthly payments so you could focus on reaching your other financial goals? With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can. Get access to your home equity in cash, get closer to financial freedom, and get more out of life. Learn more and see if you pre-qualify for an investment at HomeTap.com. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Get access to your home equity in cash. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Thousands of police are in Washington for Saturday's events. The Army's 250th anniversary parade, which coincides with President Trump's 79th birthday. Anti-scale fencing's been installed along the National Mall, and that is where we find ABC's Alex Prochet.
Tomorrow is going to be a full day of festivities, but ultimately it's going to culminate with this parade. It goes from the Lincoln Memorial on down to the White House. They're expecting some 200,000 spectators, according to the military, and because of that, security is going to be on tight alert.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs telling Arizonans with plans to protest tomorrow to do so peacefully.
That's from a statement released by the governor today, where she emphasizes local law enforcement is prepared to respond to violent protests. She says Arizonans do have a right to make their voice heard, but not by destroying property nor rioting. Similar messages also released today by the head of Arizona DPS and Attorney General Chris Mays. There are plans for assembly tomorrow nationwide in various Valley cities, known as the No King's Day protest. The same day, President Donald Trump is holding a parade in Washington, D.C., commemorating the U.S. Army's birthday, also on the president's birthday. Right now, it's unclear how large these protests could be, but KTAR will be following along. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The conflict in the Middle East could cost you more to fill up your tank, according to Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy.
The situation in the Middle East likely to drive gas prices up again, at least for now, maybe by 10 to 20 cents a gallon over the next week or two. But as this situation is fluid, that could obviously shift significantly.
The price of oil climbed about 5% over the last day. Arizona's average gas price is still at $3.13 a gallon, according to AAA. And turning to sports tonight, fresh off their sweep of the Seattle Mariners, the Arizona Diamondbacks open up a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres at Chase Field tonight. You can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. First pitch just moments away. And a couple more days off of the Phoenix Mercury, who hit the road Sunday for a matchup with the Las Vegas Aces. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's check on traffic now and get you home tonight. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's a crash in Phoenix on I-17 northbound at Dunlap and a new closure to report in Kingman. This will affect you if you're trying to drive north to Vegas right now. Northbound 93 closed at milepost 69. That's near State Route 68 due to a crash there. This is affecting the 93 in both directions. And a couple reopenings tonight in the West Valley. Loop 303 northbound is open there after an earlier crash. And in Fountain Hills, State Route 87 is open but slightly restricted both directions, though, at milepost 234. Traffic brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, clear and 81, and then a toasty Father's Day weekend is in store for us here in the Valley. 110 tomorrow, 114 on Sunday, and 113 on Monday. In Phoenix, right now it's 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Your politicians have had 6 months to hammer out a budget, but with fewer than 2 weeks until the deadline, they're not even close. You're going to find out why these dramatic finishes are not a hiccup, but actually part of the plan all along. Monday at 2 on the Chris and Joe Show.
All right. Got to close out fast with Outspoken Against Hunger.
Well, let's get on it.
We're here in June. We're doing it all of June. We got a couple of weeks left trying to feed kids who are not getting the meals that they used to get because school has ended. They're not getting breakfast or lunch. Sometimes their first meal is dinner, and not on our watch. So we're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. If we can get 5 of you to throw in $50 right now, we're going to get close to the 1,000 mark that we're trying to get in the 6 o'clock hour. So who's out there? We need 5 of you to text the word food to 620-620. Give a 50. And we can get close to the $1,000 mark for the 6 o'clock hour as we partner with St. Mary's.
Thank you in advance. Are we at a full-blown war? Is this the most violence that we've seen in the Middle East since we left? We asked our military analyst and retired Army Major Mike Lyons, what in the world is going on?
So I think you're going to see the objective that Israel has was to destroy the Iranian nuclear capability. So that's the number one mission here, and they can say they'll stop when they think they've done that. Now, they might end up destroying a lot of other military operations. They might destroy, they might take out a lot more Iranian leadership. There's other things that are going to take place. But I think from that perspective, so it's similar to what we did in Desert Storm in 91. We said we're just going to take out that capability. And I don't think Iran has any off-ramp at this point. I think first of all, this was inevitable. Israel was never going to let Iran have a nuclear capability. They weren't going to let them negotiate one. The JCPOA from 2015, that just kicked the can down the road, and they're tired of getting the can kicked down the road. So that's why this attack was inevitable. They did it at a time when they thought Iran was the weakest and Israel had the most plans. But where does it end? From Israel's perspective, it ends when Iran surrenders and agrees to inspections to make sure they never have nuclear capability.
Mike Lyons is joining us, a retired Army major and military analyst. The United States is involved in this somewhat. How involved are we? And I hope we don't get really involved.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, sure. No, we've not spent any blood or minimal treasure, let's say. We trade as a partner. Israel uses Western equipment. And we're helping with the defense as Iran is launching ballistic missiles that really have no directional way for them to know where they're actually going to hit. So that's why we need the Navy that's out there helping them knock those down. But this is an absolute generational change that's taking place in the Middle East right now that we should take advantage of.
Okay.
I mean, I'm frankly looking for a Henry Kissinger, somebody that's going to go in there. Look at the opportunity that exists to get places like Lebanon back together and get Syria, even though that the regime that took over there are formerly terrorists. I'll give you that. But we've seen terrorist organizations decide to become part of the society.
Yeah.
This comes down to a war of religion still, Shia versus Sunni, which is why in the palace in Saudi Arabia, they might be saying one thing, putting out press releases about how astonished they are, but behind there, they're doing the YMCA dance, and they're all happy that this took place. Iran is totally defanged. It's now no longer this gray zone war. All of the proxy forces have been stripped away. Israel has worked on that the last few years, and so this is mano a mano, and it's a military fight that the Iranians can win. The question is, does the regime survive? And from my perspective, they'll eventually maybe try to negotiate if they think that they're not. I still don't think Israel's going to let them have it. They're just going to continue to put their boot on their neck.
So if they're going to continue to put their boot on Iran's neck, doesn't Iran start to fight dirty? And what does that mean? And how do they fight dirty?
That's the worry.
Yeah.
So I think that their capability to do that is limited still. It's not. They don't have this network that they could release anymore. They're all in the Middle East. They used to have militia brigades inside of Iraq, and they're all gone. And with the help of the CIA, the help of the United States, they've been absolutely exterminated over the past few years. Not just even before the fight that Israel,
Hamas started, Hezbollah, Houthis, they're all been neutered to some level.
Exactly.
Good.
Right. So that was Iran's first line of defense in this. That always kept them from not attacking sooner, but it was never a better opportunity than to do this now. When Israel decided to take out Syrian missile capability because they didn't want that to fall into this new regime, they went in and took care of Iranian air defense platforms. So I thought we would have went in with them side by side. I mean, maybe we didn't need to drop any weapon systems, but we could have helped on protecting those assets. But it just goes to show you the Israeli military is just superb in terms of how they plan things and how they execute things.
We're talking to retired Army Major and military analyst Mike Lyons, and to follow up on what Gato said, though, if Iran is going to blame us anyway. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like even if we're like, hey, guys, we weren't involved. Didn't Marco Rubio put out a thing? This wasn't us. Right. Israel did this unilaterally. Well, if they're going to blame us anyway, are we going to get dragged into something if and when they attack Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq, etc.?
Yeah. Well, if they're dumb enough to do that, then yes, we would respond to that. We'd proportionally, maybe even disproportionately. We're not invading. We're not going to bring the 82nd Airborne there. That's not happening.
Thank goodness.
But we'll go after military targets. This entire kind of warfare in the Middle East is what we learned from Iraq and even Afghanistan is that there's no need to have a presence on the ground with troops, that we can project power from the sea, we can project power in different ways. Right now you combine the soft power of the United States with intelligence, satellite shots and things that we can give to the Israelis, the technology we have. So we have, GPS missiles and systems that when we shoot at a target from, 400 miles away, that round lands in a 55-gallon drum. I mean, that's the level of accuracy. Wow. When the Iranians do that, it lands within 500 yards of the 55-gallon drum. Right. Well, there's a lot of areas that can go outside of the 500 yards of that kind of ballistic system. So that's the difference. I mean, that's how we've been able to harness the military technology, both from Israel and our perspective. If the Iranians were stupid and they tried to do something like that, our response, knowing this president also, would likely be disproportional.
All right. That's a bit of our interview with Mike Lyons, our military analyst, on what's happening with Israel. Last night, Israel just bombed the crap out of Iran. Iran decided, well, obviously, we've got to show some force here, and they got a few missiles into Tel Aviv. Yep. 60 people were injured.
Yeah.
And so it's
going back and forth and back and forth.
It's going to be a long weekend, but, I mean, in
drones, missiles, etc.
Yeah. Israel's winning this one. I mean, this is what it looks like. They're getting done what they need to get done, which is make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. And the iron shield that
Iron Dome,
that Israel has is holding up.
Yeah.
So, all right. Coming up next, Sunday is Father's Day. Earlier, Bruce asked me, what's the best stepdad thing you ever did? I'm going to turn the tables on you. I'm going to ask you. I want to know what was the best lesson your dad ever taught you?
Okay.
Next.
Hey, I'm going to tell you real quick about what's going on out at Peoria Ford. If you've driven down Bell Road, you might have seen all the tents up. Well, listen, they understand it's a little on the warm side, but they're having a tent sale, all right? They're not selling the tents. They're selling all of the amazing cars, trucks, and SUVs at Peoria Ford right now. And it's a little on the unauthorized side. That's kind of how Pat Hickey rolls, anybody that knows anything about him. At Peoria Ford right now, they understand that they've got employee pricing going on at every Ford dealership. They got, okay. Well, they're doing better than employee pricing. And not only are they doing better than employee pricing, they're offering what they call the Peoria Ford Advantage Program. How about over $8,000? $8,000 in value added with every new car purchase. Yeah, that's right. 0% financing, okay? 2 years free maintenance, 100,000 Ford Pass points that you can use for anything, from detailed items to get yourself some cool hats, all right? Listen, it's going on right now at Peoria Ford. You got a trade-in? They'll give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book on that. Rebates up to $20,000. And you like a Bronco? How about 10 grand off Broncos? What about the Super Duty, F-250, F-350? I mean, the big trucks, $15,000 off. Find out all the details right now at PeoriaFord.com. The unauthorized factory Ford tent sale is going on at Peoria Ford, just west of the 101 on Bell Road. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, and you pay too much.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
It's a big week for Dad, Father's Day, and the U.S. Open. Give him what he really wants. Shady Rays sunglasses. Visit the Shady Rays store at Kierland Commons in Scottsdale and get 40% off when you buy 2 pairs this Thursday through Sunday. Excludes prescription, but includes everything else, like the Green Wolf sunglasses, built for golf and now on sale. Shady Rays, unbeatable UV protection, lens tech, and a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Governor Hobbs urging Arizonans to protest peacefully in a statement saying the right to protest does not extend to violence, property damage, or rioting. And that's as plans for National No Kings Day protest are being shared for tomorrow, including in several Valley cities. Governor Hobbs is joined by the director of Arizona DPS, Jeffrey Glover, and AG Chris Mays, who shared similar statements today. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Why Refi. Another check of the road home tonight. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Roads are looking as good as they could possibly look right now. Valley freeways are calming down. But in Phoenix, there is a wreck on the surface streets at 53rd Street in Deer Valley. And if you're heading outside the valley this weekend, for example, on the way to Vegas, Kingman's got a closure you need to know about. Northbound 93 is closed at milepost 69. That's near State Route 68 due to a crash there. Right now, it's only affecting the northbound lanes. That's it for traffic. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, I want you to check advancedwindows.com out. Go to advancedwindows.com. Local window and door manufacturing company. I love these guys. And they're new to the show. I want to tell you about them, and I want to tell you why you should use them. Let's go with experience. 39 years of business. All right? Sales and installation all in-house. They do it all themselves. There's no middleman markups. So, you want new windows? They'll build it. You want new windows? They'll install it. And they're going to guarantee it for life. These are high-efficiency replacement windows and doors. You've got different colors that you can choose from, and they've got a great deal. It is the Gato Summer Special. Here we go. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. If you've ever wanted new windows, go with a company that's been doing it forever, 40 years. And go with a great special. 10 windows or more. You get $2,500 off. You mentioned Gatos. 480-764-2002. You can also visit them at advancedwindows.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, head over to KTAR.com. Here's the Big Q.
Ready.
Are you super excited for Trump's military parade? No, I've told you. This is a can't miss. I'm watching it.
Okay.
Are you super excited? A, yes, I've blocked off the entire afternoon to watch. That's me. Or, no, this is what dictators do.
You left off weak dictators, but it's this is what dictators do, 62.
Yes, I blocked off the entire afternoon, 61%.
Yeah.
Go to KTAR.com and check it out. Bruce?
Yeah.
You put me on the spot a little bit earlier.
I'm sorry.
Father's Day, happy Father's Day out there. And you asked me, what was the most stepdad thing you've ever done?
Dad moment, yeah.
And so I told my story earlier, I think it was around 5.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to ask you something.
Okay.
All right. What is the best lesson that your dad taught you?
My dad passed away. It'll be 20 years this November.
Wow.
He was 75.
Okay.
And my dad used to tell me he lived much longer than he ever thought he would. He beat the over-under. Okay, he's one of those guys.
You always say that kind of too.
Yeah, I got some of that from there.
You've got 9 lives.
My dad
as well.
is literally I'd have taken better care of myself if I knew I was going to live this long, right? It was interesting. My dad, like any other probably teenager or young person, you get a little overwhelmed and fascinated by stuff. I don't know if it's clothes or shoes or cars or whatever stuff. And I remember my dad telling me something once. Jose, my dad's name is Joe. We called him Jose. And Jose said, when I sit around with my old buddies, the old farts, he called them, he says, we never talk about the stuff we bought. We talk about the places we went. We talk about the people we met, and we talk about the experiences we had.
Life experiences.
And I have never forgotten that. It's not about the stuff.
Right.
It's just not about the stuff.
Yeah.
That's not what it's about. And as you get older, you realize the stuff is just not that important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've always lived for the experiences. You've
Absolutely.
done as long as I've known you, that's been you.
I've never tried to live long. I've tried to live a lot.
That's all right.
There's a difference.
Except for the cool cars. Sometimes that goes along with the life experience that never gets forgotten.
Some of my cars are fast. I do appreciate that. But can I tell you my favorite line my dad used to say?
Yeah.
Because Jose had a lot of faults that he would usually admit to. But he's the first one, and I've heard it from others. I don't know if Groucho Marx came up with this or something, but he said when he would do something and I would point it out, during an argument or something, he goes, remember, nobody's completely useless. They can always serve as a bad example. And so I learned a lot of that from my dad, my dad, Joe. Yep.
That's cool.
He was a neat guy, to say the least.
Yeah.
You would have liked him.
I'm sure.
I promise you.
I wish
and he would have hung
been.
out at the radio. He hung out at my other radio station.
Did he really?
Oh, God. You couldn't get rid of my dad. He would come down and just hang out.
Well, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. I think the best job I have is being a stepdad. Very cool. I get a dinner tonight, and it makes me feel pretty good.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
my daughter
awesome.
is taking me out to dinner tonight, and I like that there's a place for me.
Yes,
and their father is fantastic. He's a great dad. But I'm glad that there's a little place for me.
There's still place for stepdad in this.
I think that's great.
Good for you.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, and
Yes.
enjoy
Happy
your
Father's
weekend.
Day, everybody. Yeah, you too out there.
All right. Hey, check the headlines. It's on the way. We appreciate you guys spending time with us. At any point this week, we appreciate all your donations by texting food to 620-620. And we appreciate the people that work on the other side of the double pay and bulletproof glass, putting the show together. Like Jules, super producer, 2 thumbs up from her. Of course, the pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, delivering the news and information. And, Heather Larson on the traffic, getting you home. Thanks, guys.
Bruce. You're lucky to have me.
Gatos. You were so lucky I put up with you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals. And it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-72.